The inside, the Good morning and welcome, race fans, to the California Sports Car Club's divisional races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Polanski. Tristan Parker is with me today as we get ready for our last four races of 2022. Our first race of the day is our Spec Racer Ford Formula V Formula Ford race. We are going to get ready with our starting lineup here in the 8th row on the outside. Scott Renner in a Formula V. On the inside of row 8 is going to be Mark Edwards. Moving on to row number 7, we've got Judson Holt and Michael Moshe, both in Spec Racer Fords. Then we've got ourselves our, what is it now? That would be our 6th row. I'm sorry, 6th row, that's right, is going to be Vince Balch and Chris Strand. Row 5, Tom Burt and Jason Holloman. All of these cars Spec Racer Ford 3s. Then we've got Lee Douglas and Graham Wood in row 4. Row 3, Brian Schubert and Jay Rosenthal. Row 2 is going to be Robert Edmondson. And they're going to probably do a little kind of modified split start with their Formula Fords up front. Those are Eric Little in 3rd position, followed by Andy Patterson. And your pole sitter is Stuart Patterson. There's your starting lineup for race group number 1. Tristan Parker just walked up a big flight of stairs. How we doing, buddy? Hit your mute button. There we go.
Well, not that fine. doing fine. Interesting note, by the way, here. Brian Schubert, current points leader for this group. We had him on last night for our Enduro. He is not racing in his typical number 9 car today. Apparently, technical issue down in that MBI garage. Could not get the thing started. So he'll be running number 179 out there on the track today.
Well, there we go. Didn't like the cold weather, apparently.
Clearly not. It was quite cold this morning. So
it was 28 degrees when I was putting out the cameras at 7 o'clock this morning. So.
Well, that's cold. I mean, it might not seem cold for those of you who don't live in Southern California, but if you're coming up from Orange County or Los Angeles, that's cold.
That's right. Lights are out on the pace car. We'll be getting our start here in just a few seconds. 30-minute races today, 5 more than yesterday. Don't think that'll make a huge difference as far as the outcome. But it will be a whole lot more fun for these guys. A little extra time on the racetrack for the last race of the day. We can see our field. Well, maybe we can't see our field. Oh, here they come. Here comes the field coming through the S's here. That's our Spec Racer Ford crew. And like I said, we're going to have that split start, and we will get that going here in just a second. Next time you see them, they'll be coming down for the checkered flag, or the green flag, hopefully. Look at, I fast-forwarded 3 minutes time warping us.
Yeah, fair enough. And you see the Spec Racer Ford group. We talked about it yesterday. They're a very popular group, and they're a fast group, and they're fun to watch. A lot of racing will occur here, and a lot of great names out there as well. Keep an eye on Brian Schubert and Jay Rosenthal here as the green flag comes out, and here they go at the start. It's a split start with the Formula Fords taking the lead right there. Andy Patterson crossing the line just a little ahead of Eric Little. Now we're just waiting for the Spec Racer Fords. They've got a green here as well, so they are good to go side by side coming straight out into it, and it looks like Jay Rosenthal and Lee Douglas there in that lead group.
There you go. There's your Spec Racer Ford start as they all head down towards our first corner. We call it Sunrise. It's actually turn number 16. I know it's confusing. That's why we say the names instead of the turn names. Makes it a little bit easier for us and hopefully the people at home as well. There's your Spec Racer Ford folks coming up towards Cotton Corners. And then your Formula Fords. Here comes your Spec Racer Fords. Just as well. Here they come. Looks like a good group of folks. They're all playing nice and fun. And there's your Formula Vs right there in the back. So three classes. The Formula Fords are the fastest. The Formula Vs are the slowest. And then the Spec Racer Fords are wedged there in between. Here we've got a different look coming from Riverside. That's going up towards Phil Hills. The little hill out there in the distance, we call that Phil Hill. If folks are new to road racing and you don't know who Phil Hill is, Google it. One of the best ever. So we call that Phil Hill. There's your Spec Racer Fords coming on through. doing their thing. A little different perspective than yesterday.
Yeah, it is a different perspective, but I think it gives you a good idea of the speed, right, that's available right there, Brian. It gives you clear how fast these cars are going. Then, of course, coming into our fourth camera soon, that'll be the S's there covered on that cam. So you'll see them come down through a couple of turns and breaks. That's after the Star Mazda turn, then through into the sweeper. You'll see them come up to the S's shortly. Our Formula Atlantic cars, they are already across the line here, though, obviously moving a little bit faster than those spec racers. Stuart Patterson in the lead right there. Andy Patterson in second. Then Eric Little rounding that group out in third.
Yeah, those are the Formula Fords up front. Here comes your spec racer Fords also. You'll see them now on the front straight, coming across the line for the first time. Nice big patch of cars, I should say.
Just to clarify, so we understand here as things are wrapping up, this Stuart Patterson is the points leader for the Formula Fords overall this season. 6 races, 139 points there to his name. In the Spec Racer Fords, it is Brian Schubert with a solid 225 points and 14 races under his belt. And then I want to give you the Formula Vs as well, but I don't know that I have that data necessarily right here. Oh, no, here we go. It's Mark Edwards who's the point leader for the Formula Vs, so 164 right there. It just gives you an idea of who is out there on the track today.
And it's a beautiful day here, other than being a little chilly. Perfect clear skies. Not a whole lot of wind today, which is sometimes a problem out here during this time of year. We get the Santa Ana winds and all that kind of stuff, but that's not an issue today at all. There's your Spec Racer Fords heading down and up towards Phil Hill. You'll see our race time at the top. That is not the official time for the race. That is our stream time, but it's really close to the same time as the clock. I try to start at the same time. They start the official time, so it may be off by a couple of seconds, but usually it's pretty spot on.
Well, we talked a little bit about the S's here, Phil Hill. If we can, let's go ahead and pull up our track map. You can get an idea of what we're looking at here for our races today. This is the 25A clockwise configuration out here at Buttonwillow. No bus stop involved like we saw out here when we were in October, so a little bit easier, honestly, on some of those drivers with the dog legs. A lot of straights, still some really good turns in here as well. This was a configuration that worked well for the Enduro, and it worked well for our races yesterday as well.
And the little section, the A section, is not. Did you say that?
No, I did not mention that. Yeah.
I was paying attention. Let me know. The A section is not in red there, but we are using it today. So, and that is what you're seeing way off in the distance. There is the A section on this camera, and it's the far sweeper, the far right-hand turn. But then there's a little left jog there in the middle. We talked with Brian Schubert about that yesterday. That's a real important section. We don't use it very often, but to get a good run up towards Grapevine, got to be able to do that little corner well, and that's what we're looking at there.
Yeah, one of the more challenging parts of the track as well. Keep in mind, too, coming down through the dog leg as our spec racers are doing right now and heading into the Riverside turn. That's a wide sweeping turn, probably the fastest turn on the track that they're entering into. So definitely a challenging course. Not quite, I would say, as technically demanding as the bus stop one was, but definitely posing some interesting work out there for the drivers today. And we saw some great times put up yesterday, a lot of speed, a lot of consistency, too, coming out of these spec racers. At least 4 of these spec racer Fords were entered in our Enduro race yesterday, so they all got a good few turns around the track last night. And some of them are in this race again today. Number 55, Jay Rosenthal. We talked about him a lot last night in the Enduro. He had a really good start, some technical problems, couldn't really ever get back to where he was off the track for about 15 minutes, I want to say. One of the other racers that was in yesterday, I do not actually see here today. Thomas Kapitnik doesn't look like he'll be racing this one, but you'll look and you'll see, I believe it was Chris Strand was in it yesterday, and Judson Holt was another competitor we had racing out there last night.
That red car up front is that Jay Rosenthal car that we talked about, and that was a problem with a CV joint yesterday that they replaced. and this thing is just blazingly fast. And here comes our Spec Racer Ford crew again through up towards Cotton Corners. So that camera is at the turn station at Cotton Corners. And then behind it, they run through the Grapevine and then head down the back straight towards through the dog leg. So, want to thank our good friends at Porterfield Brakes for helping us be here today. This is the Cal Club Race live stream presented by Porterfield Brakes. You can go find stuff from them by going to porterfield-brakes.com. They sell a lot more than just race brakes, tons of stuff. So go check them out as well. And we like to put more cameras up if you want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
That's how just sponsor us. And
Oops.
I love it when we pick up the wrong microphone.
That's going to go over to you.
I'm going to take that one.
We're going to put that in a safe spot so I don't say "oh yeah" over the PA system again. Yeah, we do like having more cameras. Sorry, I was distracted right there talking to one of the members of Brian Schubert's crew about what had happened. Obviously, points leader right there. Some sort of electrical fault in the car. Simply couldn't get anything going. The 5-minute board came out. They had all the bodywork off. They couldn't do anything about it. So fortunately, he was able to get into one of the other cars over there in the MBI garage. There's a bunch of these Spec Racer Fords that come out of the MBI garage. But Mark Ballingee's number 197 car was available, so Brian hopped into that. But he did get a late start here, so he's going to be laps behind everybody else. I don't think he's really planning on winning. He's just going to, run some laps, get some practice out there on the track, and get the race in.
Here's what makes that really interesting, by the way. Jumping in someone else's car, now he gets the opportunity to say, okay, what's this car do that my car doesn't? Or what does my car do that this car doesn't? And so there's definitely value in doing that.
It's actually genuinely quite interesting because when we had Brian up here last night helping us with the Enduro, he talked about that specific issue about how different cars are tuned for different drivers. He himself, I think, said he prefers a little bit of oversteer in his car. He raced in, I think it was Jay Rosenthal maybe was the one who was on there, had a very different configuration, handled differently. So even though all these Spec Racer Fords are at their most basic level, very similar, right? They're all running on a very similar body. They have the same engine, et cetera, et cetera. The way in which those individual cars are tuned is really a matter of driver preference, right? So there's some significant customization out there, and it's easy to miss that when they're watching. They're all kind of putting up consistent times. They're whipping around the track, but there is a genuine, very significant difference between a lot of those cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And the changeability of those cars has become greater over the years.
Right.
When the Sports Renault first came out, there wasn't a whole lot you could do other than basically aligning the car. There's now some other options that you have. So it's pretty cool there to see that that's able to be done.
Just want to give a note here to Stuart Patterson, our overall race leader and the leader of the Formula Fords. Put up his best lap time there on lap number 5, 154.230. So some real good times there coming through on the Formula Fords, which should be, the fastest cars we currently have out on the track for sure. You'll see our Formula Atlantics in Group 2. They're faster, but not quite available to discuss just yet.
And we will. I'm going to take a second here to pick up the Formula Ford group and give them a little love here. We often focus a little more on Spec Racer Fords because there's a lot more cars and a lot more action there. But I'm going to pick up the Formula Fords here. You'll see them coming into your frame here. We'll watch them for a couple laps. Yep, that's Stuart Patterson car. He was really strong yesterday as well. He was our race winner. I actually believe the running order that they're in right now with Patterson there in the red car, followed by Andy Patterson, who is, you're going to see right there in the black car. And then the yellow car is Eric Little. I think that was our finishing order yesterday as well. Right. And there they are going up through Phil Hill.
Yeah, and Stuart Pedersen is putting up a really good performance right here. I talked about obviously the best lap that he's done right now, but he's got about a 6 second gap between him and Andy Patterson. So, I mean, really pushing that number 27 car to its limits. And you'll see actually as he comes here through our camera by the S's how big that gap is in real time. I mean, he's significantly ahead of the other members of his group. Eric Little is about 1.7 seconds behind Andy Patterson. So he's holding right there. But there was a little bit, if I remember correctly, yesterday, a little bit of jostling down there in the second and third place, but nothing super dramatic necessarily. It's just interesting to see how they race. In fact, Stuart Patterson coming over the line right now has extended that gap between him and Andy Patterson to almost 8 seconds. Remember, same car, functionally same car.
Coming into this weekend, Stuart Patterson had 139 points in that class. And then Eric Little was at 77. Andy Patterson was at 62. So no one's catching Stewart for the race, for the series win for the year. But Eric Little and Andy Patterson, there's still some contention there going on. You got to go back, look real quick while we're chatting, if as to who won yesterday. Let me go back to the results from yesterday to see how this played out, and then that might give us a little better idea what we're doing here. Yeah, Eric Little won yesterday, or came in second. Actually came in second to Andy Patterson. So I remember that the Stuart Patterson car had a problem at
Correct.
the end.
Yeah.
So I think it looks like that Eric Little has to really get at it to be able to catch Andy Patterson and maybe move into that second place in the overall standings.
Now, it's not looking particularly great for him at the moment. That gap between him and Andy Patterson widened a little bit on the last lap around. I mean, obviously still plenty of race to go here.
Right.
Not quite yet at the halfway mark, but it's not going to be an easy task. That said, I mean, Eric Little, he's been holding on to a position behind Andy Patterson. And often if we see a driver holding a position like that for a good long while, they will find their opportunity. It's just a matter of playing patience, basically, and the waiting game. Here comes Stuart Patterson across the line again, new best lap time 153.44, and then you will see Andy Patterson come across his pursuer Eric Little about 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds behind him right there. So a gap, but not an insurmountable one.
Absolutely. Heading back to take a look at the Spec Racer Ford group here, and Jay Rosenthal picking up kind of where he left off in the Enduro, because he was really fast yesterday in the Enduro. But he was racing right around 2-minute laps, and he clipped a couple of 159s, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yep. He was very consistent. I think that was something that we talked about. Once he was back on after his 15 minutes off, he was just consistently hitting some time, but a little bit of movement, by the way, as they come by us right now.
Look at that race for second place. There's 4 cars right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian, the gaps are not very big. Tom Burt is currently in kind of chasing after Lee Douglas, who's number 2 car. There's a 0.118 second gap between the two of them when they came across the line, and Tom Burt actually made a pass coming down into Sunrise. As they came by your camera right there, he was kicked out trying to get on the inside edge of the track. But there's not much separating Tom Burt and Robert Edmondson. That's a name we said a lot yesterday. Robert Edmondson is a talented driver, a newer driver, puts up a lot of solid performances. And then Graham Wood is the other member in that little group of 4 right there racing for second place. He's only about 0.46 of a second behind Robert Edmondson, so very tight, and you'll see as they come through a lot of these cameras just how close that group of 4 is. Hopefully we'll get a good look at them heading up towards Phil Hill coming out of that Riverside. Again, really fast turn right there, and that's the important thing to remember.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty fast, and they don't really have to lift a whole lot till they get to Phil Hill there. So it is a big hard on the gas sweeper. You can see right there, there's Mark Edwards in the Formula V coming through our screen as well. And he is now being lapped by those cars, by the front runners, and which is pretty typical with the Formula Vs in this group. They are the slowest cars out here, not because they're not good drivers. That's because that's what a Formula V does.
Yeah.
Here goes Jay Rosenthal, and then there's that gaggle of 4 all trying to pursue him. And when they're racing each other, they're losing the leader. So I think maybe they've thought a little bit about it now and decided it's time to get back in line with 14 minutes left in this race. See if they can try to get together and work to get back up, so that the 55 car just doesn't drive away.
Well, we are about halfway through the race here, so it's time for your full field rundown here at the midpoint. In first place, number 27, Stuart Patterson. In second place, number 28, Andy Patterson. In third place, number 5, Eric Little. After that is Jay Rosenthal, Tom Burt, Lee Douglas, Vince Balk, Robert Edmondson, Graham Wood, Jason Homan, Judson Holt, Michael Moshe, Chris Strand, Mark Edwards, Scott Renner, the two Formula Vs right there. And then finally, Brian Schubert, who did start a little behind everyone due to technical errors, kind of rounding it out on the back end. And funny, as I was reading that, they came across the line and there was a bunch of jostling in the straight, Brian. So a lot of those positions shifted just a little bit right there, with Vince Balk actually kind of pushing up and inserting himself into that group of 4.
Yeah, it's fast and furious action. Last race of the season. Got several weeks to put the car back together. If you have a little issue here, they're going to hang it all on the line and try to have one little bit of glory as they go in. It's always good to get a nice, good finish at the end of the season. That kind of gives you some good feelings and good mojo when you go into the start of the next season.
There might actually be some technical issues here for Robert Edmondson and Graham Wood. So the number 111 and the number 52 spec racers, respectively. I'm looking down towards our pit lane, but it's a little hard to see from up here. I don't necessarily know if they brought them in or not, but something has definitely emerged to plague them at this stage. So a little problematic there for the 2. The rest of the race, though, they're still maintaining. I mean, Jay Rosenthal's got a relatively comfortable 1.486 second lead over the Tom Burt car, the number 45. Lee Douglas, though, divested of that second place spot in the Spec Racer Ford group, definitely gunning to get back into it. Not far behind Tom Burt. So that's, I think, your next thing to watch here as they come across the line. Tom Burt actually asserting that position just a little bit, but I see Robert Edmondson, no technical problems right there. He's trying to pass Lee Douglas on the inside as they come down towards Sunrise. And if there's one consistent pattern here in the Spec Racer classes, it is that Sunrise turn is the primo passing zone for pretty much all of them. That is where they always try to make their move when push comes to shove. Brian.
Absolutely, and you'll get to see them all now coming up towards Cotton Corners. It does look like the second place car is making a little bit of move on Jay Rosenthal, and then we've got a battle now for third. So again, not being any kind of playing like good boys and girls, they're getting after it.
Yeah, they're very much in a fight down here, and for good reason. Like you said, last race of the year, they want to make it count, and I think all of them know that there's some points jostling to be had there as well. I mean, if you look at your sort of standings overall, right there, obviously Brian Schubert has that commanding lead we spoke about a little bit earlier, but the other members of that group, there's still some room, I would say, to run. Trevor Acker, who's not here this weekend, and TJ Acker are holding the 1 and 2 spots, but Jay Rosenthal sitting at 123. Michael Moshe is at 122. So both of them are competing here this weekend, and so there's investment in this race for them as well. Lee Douglas and Rob Edmondson are 94 and 93 respectively. So that battle for second place overall in the class, that actually matters quite a bit to those two gentlemen down there on the track as we look at it right now. Taking a look here as they come back around yet again, and we'll just get an idea of what those timings are. So Lee Douglas, Robert Edmondson was the one that I'm talking about. Robert Edmondson having a very good race. He's a very aggressive driver out there on the track. They're coming across the line. Robert Edmondson has his way and will actually take over on Lee Douglas, but Lee Douglas is just hanging right behind him. So that battle, technically 5 and 6 overall, but really for second place here in the Spec Racer Fords, that's something we're going to want to watch develop over the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's this has been fun to watch. Usually the first half of these races is a little more calm and it doesn't get fast and furious and until a little bit later, but it's been fast and furious for the whole race.
Yeah, and it's good to see some of these, guys down further in the ladder. We don't always get a chance to talk about, like, let's say Lee Douglas, but it's a big race for Lee Douglas. Clearly, he wants to get around Robert Edmondson. If Robert Edmondson comes out with that second place here today, he'll pass Lee. As I understand it, he'll pass Lee Douglas in the points total for the end of the season. So, really, that's a genuinely big race. We mentioned Michael Moshe as well. He's not having as good a time of it. He's way back down in 12th overall, but well behind some of the other cars. So I don't think he's going to be able to hold off Jay Rosenthal, who honestly has been running again some very consistent, very speedy laps here around the track.
Well, what's also interesting is, they're close enough where just a tiny hiccup from any of those cars, and there's a position change. None of them has a lead big enough that they can afford to make a mistake at this point in time, and we will continue to keep an eye on that as well. There's the pack there coming through. It's not through the S's. It's just before the entrance to the S's is what that camera is looking at. So really kind of a nice angle there.
A little bit of dust trailing over there on the side by Riverside, so I imagine somebody had a bit of a oopsie daisy moment. They'll come by through again. Robert Edmondson and Lee Douglas there still battling it out, though Edmondson has opened up about a 0.849 second lead over Lee Douglas, who won't be discounted. Evenly matched right behind him is Graham Wood, actually, who's maintaining about the same gap between himself and Lee Douglas that Lee Douglas has with Robert Edmondson. So that's still building right there between those two. And you talk about the Spec Racer Fords and how there's not much separating them, and only it takes a small error, Brian, to really reset the boards for them. These cars usually in their races, I mean, this has been a surprisingly clean 23 minutes or so. Usually we see a few more mistakes out there on the track. So as time begins to tick down right here, and as the situation gets a little bit more dire, I would not be surprised if we saw maybe some unforced errors.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm trying to see if I can pick up the Formula V's here just a little bit, so we can give them a little bit of a little bit of camera time here. There's only two of them out there, so it's kind of sometimes hard to find them.
One of my absolute favorite cars, by the way, here at the Cal Club races
Is the Glamdring?
Yeah, the Glamdring, the 1982 Glamdring is a beautiful looking machine. It's just come right by here on our tower. 218.397 is the time, and it is just a fine looking racing automobile.
If you ever get a chance to pull Mark aside and talk to him about that car, the history with that car is really, really cool, and he loves to talk about it. So that was the yellow car that just passed us just a few seconds ago. Hanging out here to see if I can possibly get a good shot of Scott Renner here, and he shouldn't be too far behind here, but he's doing his best just to stay out of the way as these leaders come through. Here comes your lead pack again.
Well, Robert Edmondson and Lee Douglas, they are heating up. They both set their best times of the day right there. Robert Edmondson with a 158.249. Lee Douglas with a 158.829. There's about a 1.4 second gap between Lee Douglas and Robert Edmondson right now. So as we tick down in the 5 minutes right here, the most impactful, I think, overall race of these two is that one to watch. And again, to give Robert Edmondson a shout out, the man has raised himself 9 positions here from his starting spot in qualifying and on the grid. So he has had a spectacular race, all things considered, to get up behind Jay Rosenthal where he is.
Yeah, that silver car that you saw come through the camera there at the end of that last shot there, that was Scott Renner. We'll catch him right here. This is him right here coming through. Oh, maybe it's the next car. No? There he is. Now there's Scott Renner right there. That's the last silver car coming through there. And he's our second place car in Formula V right now.
Another good-looking car, actually. Really nice classic lines from those Formula V cars. They harken back to the racers of old. Mostly because they are kind of the racers of old. I think that's a 1975 FV Fox
Yep.
that he's racing out there. So you got a 1982 Glamdring and a 1975 Fox on the track. So it's a little understandable that they would go slower, I think, than some of these spec racers. But they're beautiful. They're beautiful automobiles. It's genuinely a pleasure to have them out on the track. And yeah, there's not a lot of them, but it's always fun to watch them go round and round. Speaking of going round and round, here comes Robert Edmondson nipping at the heels of Jay Rosenthal. So while we were looking at Lee Douglas and his potential chase here, Robert Edmondson has now moved into a position where he's actually going to challenge Jay Rosenthal for the overall lead of the Spec Racer Ford group. So again, Edmondson, he's a fast driver. He's an aggressive driver. We've seen him really put the pedal to the metal out here in the races that he's been in. And this is pretty fitting with his character to see him now pressuring the leader.
About 3 minutes to go. We should be getting the white flag here in the next half a lap or so. And as we get ready to wrap this one up. All right, there we have it. Next time by, 1 to go here as we get to the final race of the year for our Spec Racer Fords, Formula Fords, and Formula Vs. When that white flag comes out, 3 miles will be left. 3 miles to glory.
3 miles of glory, indeed. That's a good title right there. Like it. Jay Rosenthal feeling the heat, by the way, of Robert Edmondson on his 13th lap, put up his best time of the day, 158.622, which is getting about to where he was in his fastest laps of the Enduro yesterday. So there's definitely a battle building right there. Now, the key is, can Robert Edmondson get by? And I think he has gotten by Jay Rosenthal. Jay Rosenthal disappeared somewhere out there, dropped back by the looks of it, maybe 3 or 4 places. So I'm assuming there's an off and on to be had. And now Robert Edmondson has put himself in the first place of the Spec Racer Ford group with only about 2 laps left in their race. Lee Douglas, a good 3 seconds behind, probably not in a condition to catch up unless Robert Edmondson makes some sort of mistake here, Brian. So it's just got to be a clean race to finish out, and Robert Edmondson can have a solid finish to the end of his season.
And here comes that group now through the Cotton Corners area. Jay Rosenthal, as you can see there, dropped back a couple of positions. Again, not quite sure why that. I don't have my my corner worker headset on at the moment. So we are on the last lap, though. That checkered flag is out. So whatever happens now happens. It's very Yogi Berra-esque. Whatever happens now happens. Duh. There's your leader right there in Spec Racer Ford, Eric Little, followed by Robert Edmondson and then Lee Douglas. I'm sorry, Lee Douglas. Wow, it's all over the place. Robert Edmondson, Lee Douglas, Graham Wood, and then Jay Rosenthal.
Correct. Yeah, and some of these cars coming across the finish line right now are going into their last lap, the slower back half of the SRF3s. Obviously, Stuart Patterson and Andy Patterson, they already sort of blazed through earlier on. And I really do want to keep track here of that battle between Robert Edmondson and Lee Douglas. I just don't know that Lee Douglas can make up a 3-second gap.
Yeah, it did not look like he had gained anything through Phil Hill and anyone past us going into the S's. It still looked like there was a 2 or 3 car length lead without any problems from Robert Edmondson. And as he has just crossed the line, he is your race leader here and race winner, I should say. Oh no, That's still a white flag.
Just starting their last lap here. So,
Oh, I'm
Formula
a half a lap
the
behind.
Formula Fords we should see be getting
Got
their
it.
checkered flag pretty soon. But Robert Edmondson, I mean, he maintains a 3-second lead. So unless something catastrophic happens out there for Robert Edmondson, I don't think we're going to be seeing anyone but him win. But the checkered flag is out. There's even a crew member applauding down there on the line as Stuart Patterson comes across and picks up the race win. Andy Patterson following him through, and Eric Little there holding on to that third place position. So that is the wrap up there for the Formula Fords.
Right.
Stuart Patterson taking the lead and taking, I believe, the championship for the season.
So, and while the lead for Edmondson looks to be untouchable, the gap between second and third not settled yet. It was 0.6 at the line. Let's see where they look at when they come here towards come through the screen here. The next car you should see should be Robert Edmondson right there.
That it is.
Then you're going to see Douglas and Wood. There they are. It does not look like there's much change that they're in that position. Just a handful of corners left before this one is settled.
Going to be a very challenging race here for both of them to try and finish this out. Lee Douglas obviously doesn't want to give anything up if he can avoid it. So we'll keep a close eye on that and see as they come down here into our S's cam if a pass has happened.
There is your Spec Racer Ford leader coming through. Here comes second and third. Still really no change in position there. And then Jay Rosenthal is in fourth. And here will be their time. Next time by, this will be the checkered flag for our Spec Racer Ford cars. Here they are. There is your Spec Racer Ford race winner. He'll be coming into your screen right now. And then after that, it is going to be Lee Douglas and Graham Wood, followed by Jay Rosenthal, your top four in Spec Racer Ford. What a great race.
What a great race, and a spectacular race for Robert Edmondson in particular. 10 places climbed to get that first place right there. A very pacey, speedy race for him as well. And there you go. You can see on your screen they're relatively set in stone, I think, at this point in time in terms of the standings.
All right. I think we probably have enough across the line that we can do our full field rundown here. Whenever you're ready.
Now, starting at the top, your overall race winner and the winner for the Formula Fords. In first place, number 27, Stuart Patterson. In second place, number 28, Andy Patterson. In third place, number 5, Eric Little. In fourth place overall and first place among the Spec Racer Ford 3s, Robert Edmondson, number 111. In fifth place, number 2, Lee Douglas. In sixth, number 52, Graham Wood. In seventh, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In eighth, number 65, Vince Balsch. In ninth, number 56, Jason Homan. In 10th, number 188, Judson Holt. In 11th, number 16, Michael Moshe. In 12th, number 49, Chris Strand. In 13th, number 74, Mark Edwards. In 14th, number 197, Brian Schubert. And then in 15th, number 76, Scott Renner. And then Tom Burt in 16th at number 45 did not finish.
All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the start of our second race of the day. That's up next. Stay with us. You are listening to the Cal Club live stream races from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Stay with us. There you go.
Hi,
It is time for race number 2 out here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky, Tristan Parker. This is our Wings and Things group. We're going to get ready to do another 30 minutes of racing here. This will be our last race before lunch. Then we're going to take a quick break and let our workers come in, get out of the cold for a little bit, have something warm to eat, and once we're done with that, we will come back and get our last 2 races of the day after lunch. So let's get our starting order for race group number 2. Mr. Parker, it's all yours.
Well, starting in the back of the grid, in number 10, Vincent Temeland. In 7th, number 11, Robert Levinson. In 6th, number 53, Paul McFarland. In 5th, number 2, Thomas Brown. In 4th, number 38, Ben Valentine. In 3rd, number 96, David Freitas. In 2nd, number 45, Thomas Burt. And in 1st place, number 18, Tom Hope.
Not a huge group in this race, but these are the fastest cars here this weekend. So if nothing else, we'll have some Speedy Gonzalez times to talk about. And there are some good cars, too. But they, like I said, not a lot of them, but some really good ones. There's our pace car coming out of Riverside and heading up towards Phil Hill. And I didn't like this camera angle this morning, and I like it more now.
I told you it looked pretty good. I think it's fun. I mean, it really does show you kind of distance and speed. It's so easy to lose track of it when the cars are coming towards you.
Yeah.
It's very much easier, I feel, to see on the backside when they are heading in the opposite direction just how fast they're going. I mean, this is the pace lap, and you've already lost them there.
Yep.
Just to give you an idea of our biggest group in this race, it is the FC, so the Formula Continentals. And there are 4 of them in this here today. Your FC overall leader in terms of points is Troy Shooter, who is not present here this weekend. Tom Hope has 68 points on the board, so he is in this race, and he is looking to secure a first place and secure himself second overall in terms of champion points. Nobody else in this race field really in a position to challenge him. Nick Kadenko, Dutch Schultz, they are not here, but Paul McFarland is, so he's looking to run a good race here today, sits at 59 points overall.
Once the pace car comes in, we will come down, and if everybody is lined up nicely, Chuck Phillips. Happy birthday, Chuck, though. By the way, Chuck turned 60 this week. Probably didn't want me telling everybody that part of it, but happy birthday nonetheless. Can't erase it now. It's out there.
A bunch of birthdays here this weekend, actually.
Anyway, he's our starter, and he's just thrown the green flag, so we are underway here. Race group number 2.
I was going to say, I think it was Bill Schubert's birthday yesterday.
Okay.
Brian Schubert's got a birthday coming up on Monday. And then, of course, another birthday, right? Birthdays all over the place here.
Birthdays are everywhere. Everybody's having a birthday.
So there you go. Well, underway here on our first lap. You'll soon be seeing them coming through our various cameras. Obviously, we had our main straight right there. You got an idea of what it looked like at the start of the race. Some good side-by-side in the lead. I believe it's Thomas Burt there who was kind of pushing forward. I think he got the lead over David Freitas, but they're now coming down through the dog leg and a lot of wings and such out there. Now, yesterday, it was the number 38 car of Ben Valentine who did a lot of work out there on the track. Ben Valentine ran a very aggressive race. Let's put it at that. Got a couple of nudges and gentle taps in there a couple of times. Nothing too bad. Nothing I think that was necessarily intentional. But he did put in a very sterling performance right there in the S2 division. So that's one to keep an eye on. Then, of course, you would expect to see Tom Burt, Dave Freitas, these Formula Continentals in particular. So the 2 leaders in that group right now, David Freitas and Thomas Brown. Expect to see a little bit of battling between those two.
Definitely. Lots of close action there. Maybe a little bit of argy-bargy before it's all said and done. I love that word, by the way.
It's a great one. Argy bargy. Coming across the line, by the way, that's Tom Hope right there. So the first of the Formula Continentals. Thomas Burt following in, and David Freitas now. Thomas Brown a little jumbled here, actually, as they come across the line. Paul McFarland slipping in right there. Looks like we might be missing some of the other numbers that I was expecting to see right here. Mike Bachman, the number 3 car, and Vincent Temelant, I haven't yet seen come across the line. This might be one of them coming up.
Yeah,
Indeed, that's Mike Bachman in the P2.
So, and it's possible that the Formula Atlanta car, the Vince Chemeland, now you've got me saying it differently too. I don't know.
My bad. Chemeland.
Maybe we'll ask somebody after this.
Oh, I know. I feel like we've been stumbling over that one all weekend, unfortunately, and they've been involved in quite a few races here this weekend too. So it hasn't done us any favors up here in the booth. But you'll note Tom Hope, who was in a bit of an awkward spot there on the first lap, got jostled a bit in the initial pack. He appears to have taken a rather commanding lead here in the group. And to give an idea, by the way, we should say, of speed comparison between this with our previous group of the Spec Racer Fords and the Formula Fords, Tom Hope's lap time on that first lap was 151.858. So really fast, significantly faster than what we saw coming out of even the fastest Formula Ford. So it's fun to watch these cars go round. The only car that we've had here this weekend that was putting up more speed than that was our our prototypes, our concept cars over in the Enduro. They were putting out a lot of speed as well. Second lap, by the way, from Tom Hope, even faster than the first, 148.186, and he is actually establishing a relatively commanding lead in the field overall. Here comes Thomas Burt and David Freitas following him up. Thomas Brown in here as well as they come across this line one after another. No huge advantages going one way or another. And just for the sake of conversation here, I'm going to take a look at our Enduro last night, and I want to compare lap times here from Robert Yellen, who was in the GTX category, running a Ligier, an LMP3. He hit about 148.300 on his fastest lap time, and I mean, he was gunning it, right? He was going.
Yeah, definitely hauling the mail.
We heard him every time he came down that front straight. He was, and you could hear the engine. Tom Hope just hit a 148.186. So there you go in terms of speed. And he is another one of those cars where it's easy for us to forget up here on the booth, but man, if you're sitting out there, you're watching, you're near the main straight, when they come by, you hear those Formula Continentals. They are not shy about making their presence known.
Absolutely. And again, this is our last race of the season. We don't come back out here until January after this. So a lot of time to, get the car rebuilt in the short little off season that we have, and people put it all out of the line here for this final race of the weekend.
There might not be significant movement to be had in the overall standings, right? But I think for pride and for the kind of idea of completionism, you want to end the season on a good one. And I mean, realistically, the last race of the year for most of these guys out here, there's no Cal Club event in December, obviously. So this is it. And you want to end the year on a high note. You don't want your last race to be a dud.
This is it. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel it. All right, I'm feeling you. But yeah, you don't want your last race to be a dud at the end of the day.
I'll get some sort of YouTube copyright spike on that.
Oh yeah, don't want the censors on you.
That's right.
They're gonna demonetize you. Oh no.
Got to be monetized before you can be demonetized. Speaking of monetization, if you like it and you're enjoying this, hit like, hit subscribe. Subscribe is huge. We had 100 subscribers yesterday.
Exciting.
That was a big thing. Now we got to get to 1,000 subscribers, which means
send you a plaque.
Do they? And 1,000?
I think it's 1,000.
All right, I'll take a
I'm not
plaque.
sure. You get a plaque, and you can. The key is with the plaque, just in case you're not familiar with YouTube culture here, Brian, is you got to put a camera with you in it, so you get the shot of you, and then you have to have the plaque there somewhere. Not so much that it's prominent, but
Okay.
just enough that everybody notices that you have the 1,000 subscriber plaque or whatever it is. I don't remember the exact number, but it's always funny to see people when they set up their cameras like that. To go back to racing, though, really quick, Tom Hope set an even faster lap time right there, 147.33, so improving with every single lap here. A little bit slower, actually, this time around, but not by much, only about by 0.3 of a second. And a pretty commanding lead here over the rest of the field, because as I stare out the window at our start line, I have yet to see Tom Burt in the general facility. There he is, coming across right there. 151. Hey. Brian's got himself a camera now, so we'll add that.
So what you're saying is I got to put like the plaque up here,
yeah, it's
or
gotta
maybe
be,
up over
like,
here,
leaning on the window there
Okay.
to your back right, so everybody sees it, but it's not so prominent as, you know, it's subtle. It's subtle. It's all about signaling.
Yeah, I'm not big on subtle. Have you noticed that?
Well, we got a commentator cam now.
I know.
Here in the booth. Little horrifying conceptually, but still probably entertaining for those of you at home.
That's our next step, is the commentator cam.
Yeah. Just wait until we get GoPros, so that we'll have the full view, 360 experience here for the team. You can get the GoPro as we run up and down the stairs outside in between races for
There you go.
whatever reason.
There you go. I don't know why I keep working on this, but anyway.
By the way, I wanted to point out Ben Valentine, very distinctive red, white, and blue car right there, pushing the backside of Tom Brown. Last time they came around, there was a 2.9 second gap between them. You'll see them right there on your screen, and that is not a 2.9 second gap anymore. As you can probably indicate, you'll see them disappearing into the distance over to Phil Hill right there, but playing it a little bit faster. And again, Ben Valentine yesterday, very fast driver, really put the car in. And worth pointing out too that in qualifying, we saw out there by the dog leg one of these unfortunate cars being towed up on the back of a tow truck.
Right.
We don't, I think, ever establish who that was. You thought that it was the number 11 car of Robert Levinson. So somebody out there may be at a little bit of a disadvantage here in terms of their overall race.
Right, exactly. And it was hard to see from this. And every time I come up here, I say, I got to get some binoculars. And I never do. So maybe that's on the budget for next year is we'll get a pair of looking glasses.
I said we should keep it classy and get opera glasses, but
I like that. I like that.
Really the classiest announce booth here at Buttonwillow, also the only announce booth. So that's how we'll corner that market. But checking back to the track right now, continuing to make a good progress here around. Not a lot to report on. Worth pointing out that Ben Valentine has closed his gap as per the last time round here past the tower to 0.3 seconds between him and Thomas Brown. So Ben Valentine, I think, angling for a pass. And actually, as we look here, you'll see it on the Riverside camera, but I'll get a first look as they come up through the grapevine and into the dog leg. We'll see if that pass can actually occur. And by the looks of it, it does appear that Ben Valentine managed to slip around the outside of Thomas Brown. Tom Burt, by the way, the FE2 car, who was having a really good run of it, looks like he's had a little bit of a mechanical issue here, possibly. We'll keep you up to date on what exactly has happened there with him. That's the number 45 car of Thomas W. Burt. Looking down at the overall scores, excellent. We can get an idea of where everybody is. You'll see that Thomas Burt highlighted in the red right there. Tom Hope with his relatively commanding lead over David Freitas, Thomas Brown, and Ben Valentine. That positioning is going to switch here next time they come around, though, because Ben Valentine did take that lead spot. And there's David Freitas across the line. His fastest lap of the day out there, 151.462. So an admirable timing there from the Formula Continental car. Here comes Ben Valentine. He's followed by Thomas Brown. About 2 seconds established here by Ben Valentine on that lead. So that was over in the Cotton Corners, kind of heading up into the Grapevine. So there's an elevation change and turn right there in the Grapevine for those of you who have not had an opportunity to race here at Buttonwillow. And that was, I think, about where Ben Valentine was comfortable making his move, and then he really let it loose in the dog leg coming down into that very fast Riverside turn. Two more races here on the docket today. By the way, we're going to have the lunch break after this race. There's going to be a track event actually out here at Buttonwillow, but we'll be taking lunch nearly around the same time. Group 3, which is our Spec Miata group, and genuinely one of our most entertaining races, one of our really big groups. That'll be happening at 1:10, so you want to be tuning back in here for that if possible. Race Group 4 will feature at 1:50, and that will be us here done, at least for the broadcast portion of the day. So be sure not to miss those other 2 races here, especially, like I said, Race Group 3.
Yeah, that was Tom Hope. That was Tom Hope that you saw just coming through your screen there. We'll pick him up right here as he comes now down towards Cotton Corners. That is not Tom Hope. That is I think that's Ben Valentine that we just saw. This would be Tom Hope here. A little break up there. And then you'll see it's a 29-second lead between Tom Hope and David Freitas in the other Formula Continental car. And that can be an eternity. This is one of those situations where even with 16 minutes left, without some sort of a mistake or a mechanical issue, Tom Hope can just kind of pedal it home here and take the win here. So he's got to keep it on the pavement though, and he's got to make sure there's no mechanical problems, and that's why he's got to run at least the next the next 15 minutes before we can call it a day.
Well, don't tell him that, because he's going hell for leather out there. His last lap was down to almost about 147 clean, 147.1, which is, I mean, really something. That's speed. So he's putting everything he has into his final race of the season. He is not concerned about maintaining well, I'm sure he's concerned about maintaining the integrity of his car, but he's not letting it get in the way of a good race here today.
You know, what is kind of interesting though, 54 degrees outside right now here at Buttonwillow. We race out here at a lot of times when it is well into the hundreds, or at least well into the 90s.
Yeah.
We don't race out here very often when it's below 60. And sometimes, you know, the tires don't get heated up quite so fast. The carburetors or the fuel injectors don't like carburetors if it's an older car. Fuel injectors in the newer cars don't get set up to work well in that cooler, crisper temperatures. But Tom Burt's like, I don't care, or Tom Hope's like, I don't care about any of that. I am out there, and his car is definitely responding well to the cooler temperatures, and he's got the tires figured out, so that's good for him there. And he's kind of putting on a clinic here at this point. We are at the halfway point, so let's go through and do ourselves a full field rundown here. I'll start this one. Tom Hope is your race leader in the 18 car, followed by David Freitas. Ben Valentine is in third. He's your first place car in Sports 2000, followed by Thomas Brown, and then Paul McFarlane in fifth. Sixth place is Robert Levinson. He is the second place car in Sports 2000. And then we've got Mike Bachman in seventh, and then Thomas Burt, who was up front early. He has dropped back, and he may actually be in the pits right now. I'm not actually sure if I've heard what the situation is yet. Have you heard anything on this one?
Have not heard anything.
Okay.
No, I don't have a good idea for you. I tried looking down over there in the pits, and I couldn't really see either.
So that's a situation here as we get ready to complete our last 14 minutes or so of race number 2.
Again, Tom Hope shaving more time off And that lap number 8 that he just did was one of his fastest yet, nearly hit the 147 mark. He's gone back up by about a second here as he goes across the line on lap number 9. So a little bit of a slowdown right there, but definitely not reached the sort of apogee of his race just yet. Very much on fire out there.
Apogee.
Yeah.
Nice. Stand by. I'm going to look that one up.
A high point, I think, is what we call that.
I love it. Just love it.
You want to ever, apogee and what is it, nadir? That's the other one. Also a very fun word. Means I think that's the bottom point. So,
well put.
yeah, his apogee of his race. I mean, it's always interesting when you see guys like Tom Hope, right, who have a commanding lead in the race. They're not really threatened by David Thritis. Like, there's not much of a race going on there, and you got to wonder at what point in time do you keep putting up these really impressive lap times, and what point in time do you just kind of be like, okay, well, now I just need to be mechanically sound and, finish the race. No technical errors. I'll mind my P's and Q's. And you can get a feel, I think, for the drivers when they're out here on the course about how they like to handle that kind of challenge. Some guys, they'll just go, right? Like full speed all the time. Some people, though, they'll hit a mark where they're comfortable with it, and then they'll start to slow down. So I guess we'll get our answer of what Tom Hope falls into of those two categories soon.
Well, and when you get into that rhythm and you're driving fast, sometimes when you try to slow down, it messes up your rhythm,
True,
and then you can
very
make a
true.
mistake. So it's kind of a little of a win risk reward kind of situation. And so while the idea is to back it off maybe a little bit, if you back it off too much, two things. The second thing that can happen is other cars are expecting you to be going faster. So when you come upon them, they may also be, weirded out, for lack of a better term, and not ready for that situation. So there's always the drawbacks and the rewards for that kind of thing.
Very true. And I mean, you hear drivers talk about kind of entering their flow state or whatever. And like a lot of other sports, right? You kind of hit a groove and you're just very comfortable with what you're doing, and thoughts of slowing down or speeding up, that's not necessarily even the calculation that's being made sometimes. It's just keep going. Speaking of speeding up, Paul McFarland, he had a very good lap here on his last time around, 155.349. So well done there for Paul McFarland, who is one of our larger point standing leaders here in this Formula group. He's sitting, I think, 5th overall. Again, worth pointing out, Tom Hope, who's putting up these really good times, is not the overall group leader for the Formula Continentals. That actually falls to Troy Shooter, who is not here this weekend. So Nick Kudenko and Dutch Schultz, who I think we mentioned a couple of times on broadcast before, they were here in October. At least I remember Dutch Schultz was. They've got good leads over Paul McFarland, but if he can pull himself up right here and take even second place in the Formula Continental group, he's potentially looking at jumping himself up to maybe 3rd or 4th overall. The problem is he's currently sitting in last place, number 4 of the Formula Continental. So this speed that we're seeing coming out of him here, that might be something that he's actually trying to pick up and catch up to Thomas Brown, who's ahead of him, but it's a mighty gap between him and Thomas Brown. So I don't know if we're necessarily going to see it.
Well, and Troy Shooter is not here this weekend because he doesn't have to be. He's got a 50-point lead?
Yeah, nobody can catch him.
Yeah, nobody's going to catch him this weekend. But nonetheless, it's still a race on for some of these other guys.
Yeah, and Tom Hope, he's racing. He might not be racing against anyone, but he's racing. He's so close to hitting a 147 time. That was 147.042 on that last lap. So I don't know track records. Do you know track records, Brian?
I don't have the list of track records.
I don't have
and
them.
The problem here, not problem, but every single track configuration has different own track records. Yeah. So, and I know the list is there. I don't...
check it at lunch. I think it's down posted on the window. So I'll check it at lunch.
So,
I mean, I just want to say, I think 147.042 far has to be fast. That's got to be dang fast.
It's fast enough.
Yeah, fast enough for the purposes of the
That's
race
right.
today.
That's
It is
right.
very fast. And I want to say David Freitas as well. He's just put up his fastest time. He's at 1:49. So again, that's not bad. I mean, that's still a really good time here. And I love seeing these drivers of these bigger cars, these hefty, fast cars, really let it go. I mean, that's what we're here for. You've got 8 minutes left in your last race of the year. Have fun with it, right? Put in your speed, see how fast you can go. As long as you don't hurt yourself or anyone else, just let her rip. And the fact that we can hear them all the way up here, I think, when they come across that line, indicates to me that they are all letting them rip. Because there comes Tom Hope powering through. Paul McFarland, he'll come across as well. He's putting pedal to the metal here, setting another fastest lap time for himself. So he's picking up speed here in these last laps, one after another.
We're coming up on 8 minutes to go for these cars. That's going to be just a little more than 4 laps. So we will see how this is going to play out. Big leads for pretty much I should say gaps all the way down through at least fifth place. The gap between second and third is 21 seconds. Third and fourth is 19 seconds. Fourth and fifth is 27 seconds. And that was David Freitas, who just crossed the line. The gap between first and second is 46 seconds. So um, it's not he's not going to get lapped, but it was there is no doubt that Tom Hope is not taking it easy. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and as much as we do love the big races with lots of cars in them, such as, Group 3 coming up with the Spec Miatas always promises to be an interesting time. It is interesting to watch these more spaced out races because really what it becomes is you're sort of racing against yourself, right? Almost like a
Right.
ghost car. And more than just racing against your time, you're racing against yourself and your ability to handle that motor car at consistent speeds, to avoid any errors, anything like that. So there's a challenge in that. It's a sort of solo challenge. It's not the same as trying to overtake somebody or all the strategy that goes into it. But there's a definite difficulty and a definite uh, problems that you have to deal with when it's just you and the track going around.
No question. No question. Um, yeah, it's 6.5 minutes to go. Reminding everybody that we're going to come back after lunch for 2 more races. Those 2 races will get underway. The first one is going to be our Spec Miata race, so that'll be fun. You definitely want to come back for that. We'll get back on the stream here probably around 1:05, and green flag is scheduled to happen at around 1:10 Pacific time. So it'll be about an hour after this race is over. Actually, we have a track event group afterwards. Hey, for those who don't know about track events, you can come out here and drive your street car at Buttonwillow. We have a session, and today there's, I believe, 3 sessions for the track event cars. And basically, get to come out. You have your seatbelts and your helmet, and there's very limited passing, and we really try to regulate everything. But you get to go and not have to go as fast as you can without getting a speeding ticket. That's the best part about it. And if you want to bring any of your street cars out there, there's a couple of limitations as to what you can bring. I think probably a Sprinter van, you should leave that at home. But any kind of production type car. We had a Tesla out here a couple of weekends ago. Obviously, lots of Corvettes and Camaros and Mustangs. But anyway, pretty much any street car, you can come on out. Go to calclub.com for all the information. Look up track event, and I should put a full screen together for that so people know what to do. But
Yeah, proper ad. Yeah.
next time, more production value next time.
And while you're at the Cal Club website, take a look at an SCCA membership. If you're interested in being a part of the races out here at Buttonwillow, it's a beautiful place to come out and hang. It's fun to watch. You can enjoy the race, enjoy being here with some cool people who all like the same thing you do: fast cars, primarily fast cars. But it's well worth the effort. Always looking for volunteers, lots of different positions out here. Always looking just for spectators to come out and have a good time and talk to some people about their fine racing cars as well. So don't pass up the opportunity. Of course, SCCA does some other stuff as well. I think we do rallycross.
Yep.
So there are other opportunities if you're interested in some different types of racing. It's not just all cars going around Buttonwillow, as fun as that is.
Yep. Rallycross, autocross, road rally, a bunch of other things. SCCA.com. You can go check all of that out. And if you don't live here in Southern California, there are SCCA regions all over the country. You can find your local region through the SCCA.com website. People would love to have you come out and become a volunteer or bring your car out. Lots of different ways to play. We like to call it hashtag fun with cars.
There you go.
So that's what we're all about here. 3.5 minutes left here in this race. I think next time by probably will be the white flag lap, is my guess.
I think that's a fair enough assumption here. I mean, all these guys just kind of running their own race here towards the tail end. They haven't necessarily tapered off. Tom Hope's still putting up very good time there on lap number 14, but just sort of doing their thing out there on the track. I don't see any particular big battles here to keep an eye on or anything like that. It's more just, getting to the finish line and giving yourself a job well done for the day.
That's right. Pretty good attaboy.
Attaboy, exactly. It's and that's part of the event too, right? Just come out here, do your race, have a good time. That's all part of the event.
Absolutely. Also want to take an opportunity while we've got a minute here to thank Porterfield Brakes for our presenting sponsorship this weekend. They're actually our presenting sponsorship all through next year, so thank you for that. Porterfield brakes.com for all of your racing brake needs. And they also have a bunch of other race-related stuff that they sell. And they're here in Southern California, but they sell to all over the country. So go to Porterfield-brakes.com.
Yeah, and if you're interested in getting a sponsorship here with the podcast, Brian, you obviously do a ton of work. We talked about it a couple of times this weekend. You cover a lot of different events. You were out in nationals. There's a lot of fun and interesting guests that come on your podcast here as well to talk about racing, talk about racing at Buttonwillow, talking about racing in general, talking about technology around racing. I know you've got a guy coming up who's all about, what is it, stats, numbers?
Data acquisition.
Data acquisition and racing. I mean, some really genuinely fascinating stuff. So
the data acquisition, it's just going to be me going,
I'm sure it's going to be interesting, though. I'm sure it's going to be interesting. So if you want to be a part of the podcast, you want to help us get more cameras out there on the track, up our production values, get ahead and get in touch with Brian Bielansky. Give him a shout out and get him in as well. I'd be happy to put sponsors on cameras and all sorts of stuff.
There you go.
If we could get you out here on the track.
RaceAnnouncerBrian@gmail.com. So. And we need 100,000 subscribers for a plaque, not a 1,000.
Oh, okay. I was off. That's a big off on my bad. I've never been good at numbers. White flag, by the way, coming out right there. Tom Hope just passed across the line. If you want to know how fast he's going now, 146.917. So he has broken the 147 number here on his last lap. And I can see him peeling away out there on the track as well. So we are looking to the final countdown here in our race, and we will nearly wrap this one up.
That was him running past Cotton Corners, heading now towards Riverside or Grapevine, and then now through the dog leg. We will see him come into our view here in just a few seconds, and it has been a pretty much flawless race for Tom Hope here. And if he can get through the next 5 corners, probably about a mile and a half, he will take home the checkered flag, and it'll be a good way. There he is, heading through our screen there and up towards Phil Hill. He'll come down towards that come down from Phil Hill, head down to the Star Mazda turn. That's the furthest away from us. And when he comes out of Star Mazda, he'll come back into our view here before he enters into the S's. Just waiting on that. There he is, through into the S's for the final time. Tom Hope is your race leader. We'll be getting this checkered flag here before you know it. It is in the hand of the starter, waving high and proud. Tom Hope will be your race leader and your race winner here for the final race of the year for this group of racers here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Whew.
For now.
I'm ready for a break.
Yeah, I think we're
I'm worn
just
out.
about there. But before we go to that break, let me go ahead and give you the full field rundown here. I don't think we're going to see any massive changes on this grid, so I feel comfortable setting this in stone, or digitally, I guess, setting it in stone. In first place overall, your race winner is number 118, or 18, Tom Hope. In second place, number 96, David Freitas. In third place, number 38, Ben Valentine. In fourth place, number 2, Thomas Brown. In fifth, number 53, Paul McFarland. In sixth, number 11, Robert Levinson. In seventh, number 13, Mike Bachman. In eighth, number 45, Thomas Burt, who did not finish. Of course, Vincent Temelin down there did not have a race today.
All right, that's going to do it for race number 2. We're going to be back right around 1:10. Well, the start of the race is going to happen around 1:10. We'll be back a little bit earlier to give you the starting order. That is our Spec Miata group. So don't miss that. That's always one of our best race groups of the weekend. So come on back for us in CSN. We will be back. I'm Brian Belansky. He's Tristan Parker. You're listening to and watching the Cal Club divisional races here, Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a bit. And we are back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for Cal Club's divisional races presented by Porterfield Brakes. This is our live stream. 2 more races left to go in 2022. Spec Miata and all the other Miatas are up next, followed by our big bore sedans. That's our last race of the day, last race of the year. Brian Polanski here with Tristan Parker. It is time for our second to last grid order of 2022. Go for it.
Starting in the back of the field in 12th, number 73, John Gorman. Alongside him, number 24, Adam Kaslikowski from Venice, California. In 10th, number 55, Angela Swan from West Hills, California. Alongside her, number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr. from Vista, California. In 8th, number 33, Rocco Ruzick from Humble, Texas. Alongside him, number 75, David Mitchell, Yucaipa, California. In 6th place overall, number 7, Alan Lukehart IV from Corona, California. Alongside him, number 98, David Varco from Bonita, California. In row 2, Giorgio Perangielli from Los Angeles, California. And next to him, Evan Jacobs from Encino, California. And then in row number 1, it's number 2, Austin Varco from Bonita, California. And in pole position, number 89, Clement Lee.
That is our starting order as we get ready for our second to last race of the year. There they are, getting ready to go up and through Phil Hill. Another couple of corners. They'll be on our main street getting ready to get the green flag. 30 minutes of racing today. It'll be exciting, as is always the case. Do I sound tired?
No, no. For what it's worth, by the way, in terms of categories here, Evan Jacobs is the clear winner in terms of points, 303 points. Austin Varco sitting at 196. Clement Lee at 189. So a little close between those two, both of them racing here today. Clement Lee, of course, has that pole position. Austin Varco sitting in second. So that's something to watch right there between the two of them. And then Giorgio Perangielli, who's not here, or who is racing today, and Gabriel Estrada Jr. very close in those lower positions, 129 and 122 respectively.
Okay. They are going through the S's right now. Next time we see them, they'll be on the main straight, getting ready to get the start here. 30-minute races. 2 left. We're going to get this going here any second. Pace car is in pit lane. Well, here's something that doesn't happen very often. Instead of continuing on to take the green flag, the whole field followed the pace car onto pit lane. Let's see if we start the clock here.
What has gone on out there? Everybody's pulled to a halt. And they have indeed come down the pit lane. Is that what's going on right here? Full course yellow has been put into effect as we see the Spec Miatas come walking down. It's now a double yellow for the full course. The Spec Miatas are coming through here. Pace car is going to remain out there. They're all getting waved down pit lane, and somewhere somebody made a whoopsie. I don't really know exactly what's happened.
I will tell you, I've been doing this a long time, and I have never seen that happen.
A bit of a mess actually right now as well. 8-9 Black. That's one of the cars out there right now. They've been needing a tow, so I'm just not sure what's gone on. They're all back on course now, Brian. They're following the pace car around, and it sounds like the timer started on the race. So it sure has started on the race. But
the timer's wrong. It's at 4 minutes already, and it should be like a minute into it at the moment. So I'm gonna not put the race time up until I get that sorted out. But yeah, in all of my years of doing this, I've never seen the pole sitter without any kind of prior instruction just follow the
pace car into pit lane.
89 apparently has an engine failure, and we're gonna have to go get him somewhere. Not quite sure where he's at.
That's very unfortunately, that's Clement Lee, who was pole position.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So Clement Lee must
he
have
pull into pit lane because he was having a
that's
problem,
exactly what
and
happened.
then the rest of the field just followed him because they
my
didn't understand what was going on.
goodness.
That's a new one.
You're right.
That's unfortunate.
Oh,
Well,
wow. That's really funny, actually.
it is funny. Thankfully, it really doesn't, it'll be one less lap in the race. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean a whole lot. They'll still get probably 27 minutes of racing action.
Yeah, that must have been exactly what happened. So number 89, Clement Lee, had an engine failure, had to pull in right there, and that's completely shifted things around. Everybody followed him into pit lane because Lemmings, actually, it's given a bad name to Lemmings. They don't do that. But that's crazy. All right. Well, that's good news, actually, for Austin Varco. If we look at this on the more sort of broad perspective, what we were talking about points here coming to the end of the year, Austin Varco was 196. Clement Lee was 189. So
Yeah.
that was actually kind of an important
Well,
race.
and Austin won yesterday, so that
Austin
was good.
did win.
Those points aren't reflected in the numbers that we
Very
have
valid
today.
point. Yeah.
So yeah, that's all good for Austin Varco to continue on with. I think he was in second place, so that pretty much probably secures second place for him.
I would imagine so. It was yeah.
All right, pace car's now where it's supposed to be. Now, whoever's in second place. Who is our second place car?
That was Austin Varco.
Okay, Austin Varco will now be your pole sitter as they come down. And we should have a green flag, of course. We do, and we're ready to go racing. We're 3 wide down the front straight. 5 cars were all bunched up there up front. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, they were 5 wide coming down, but they've narrowed it down and gotten a little flat as they came into Sunrise. But these Spec Miatas, I mean, we've talked about it plenty of times. They are always here to race. They are a competitive group. They fight one another out on the track, and then they'll all get together, and you can find them all at Willow Ranch eating at the same table. The best of friends and the worst of enemies, right here.
Yeah, they're friends right up until the green flag falls, and then
right until there,
and then they become friends again when the checker flag falls.
Exactly.
Until then, here they come across our screen here. A little breakup on our camera, and I apologize for that. But we're heading down towards Cotton. That's Cotton Corners, where that camera is. Comes we'll see them coming into our view here very shortly. There they are. I think that front car is Austin Varco as he is coming up now. That is Phil Hill out in the distance, of course, named for one of the best race car drivers and Formula One drivers of all time.
You got our fourth cam there set up covering the S's, so that's a series of sort of turns you can have to go through when you're coming down out of the Star Mazda turn. Actually, Brian, while we got the time, would you mind pulling up here the track graphic?
Sure, I want to show our 2 cars here coming through here almost side by side as they head into the S's, but we'll definitely pull up that track map. There it is for you.
Get a good look here as a refresher after our lunch, what we're looking at there on the tracks. And when we talk about the S's, we talk about Phil Hill, all clearly labeled for you right there. The Cotton Corners as well. The only difference in this map and the actual track that we're racing on today is the A section will be used here, but it is not lit up in red. And actually coming in through here, by the way, Evan Jacobs and Austin Varco neck and neck as they pulled their way through. You'll see how close together they are right there on the camera as they come on by. And it looked like Evan Jacobs maybe just edged his way around Austin Varco by the time they hit that Sunrise turn. Again, whenever we see these clockwise configurations here, Brian, that Sunrise turn is just critical for passing for all these cars. And one of the favorite moves of pretty much every driver who's been out here this weekend is to get in on the inside of Sunrise and slip underneath whoever the leader is, get that boost of speed off the straight.
And it does look like that Austin Varco has been able to hold that lead over Jacobs as they come up through Cotton Corners here. And there's the rest of the gaggle. And actually, when the camera breaks up, it looks kind of cool. I
was actually thinking that earlier.
Trying to Make lemons out of lemonade out of lemons here, but that's what you got going on.
Well, look at this. Tons of speed coming down to the dog leg. So don't go off your Phil Hill camera right here, folks. You're going to want to see this because, again, Evan Jacobs is just blazed it down the dog leg and forced Austin Varco to put on a ton of speed as well as they come through Riverside. That's such a fast turn. We've talked about it all day. Fastest turn on this track by far. And you can see how close Evan Jacobs is to the back of Austin Varco.
And that drafting key to Spec Miata, no question. Those who do it the best are the ones that win. If you find a drafting partner and you all can work together without trading places left and right and all over the place, that'll help you pull away from the cars behind you. So, and that was actually, there was some discussions in some of the other classes, even at the runoffs, where drivers had decided who their drafting partners were going to be even before the race week started. They practice it throughout all the practice sessions of the runoffs. And especially in B-Spec, they pulled it off with Steve Introne winning there in the runoff. But that was a whole plan that they had even before they decided to start the race week. So having a good drafting partner that will work with you. And the thing is, so eventually you got to pay that back. So it's always interesting to see how that works. Varco still your leader, followed by Jacobs. Crossing the line next is Pierangeli, and then David Varco, Austin's dad's in fourth.
Well, this is a race Evan Jacobs, I think, would desperately like to win here at the end of the year. It was the fastest lap so far, by the way. Austin Varco put in a 2:08.677, so he's having himself a good race. A little bit of shifting down deeper into the order. Richard James coming out on top of Adam Kaslikowski and John Gorman. Richard James is the only non-spec Miata out there on the field running a spec MX-5. Now, yesterday when we saw that number 191 car of Richard James, he actually had a spectacular race. I think he climbed something like 10 positions yesterday when he was out there. Now, of course, it's not necessarily a race between him and the spec MX-5 and the spec Miatas, but he's trying. He wants to put in good work.
Richard James is one of the writers and a former editor, and I think he's the fill-in editor right now for Sports Car Magazine. The people in the club all get Sports Car Magazine, and Richard James has been part of that for a very long time. And we've got a debris flag being displayed from the start stand, wondering if possibility there was some oil put down by that car that didn't make the start. Your pole sitter was Clement Lee. What am I woeing?
Big off right there down
right
by
in front
Riverside.
of me on the screen. We'll see what we see when the dust settles here.
Don't think I got a clear picture of who that was, but you can see this is a perfect opportunity for those of you who haven't been out to Buttonwillow to see the amount of smoke or dust, I should say, that gets kicked up when one of these cars goes off. And then the drivers who are coming behind it, they just have to drive through that curtain right there.
Yeah, it's kind of like that scene from Days of Thunder.
Yeah, the whole smoke screen basically being thrown out
car
here.
Is still out there.
Drifting over under our camera now, unfortunately.
And is that a car out there in the distance that I'm looking at, or are we waiting? Is that car already, while the dust was settling, did that car already get back on the track? I'm trying to figure it out.
And here's a clean little move, by the way, coming up the straightaway once more. It looks like Austin Varco now falling behind, and maybe the two of them, Evan Jacobs and Austin Varco, are just neck and neck right there. That car that went off might have been Gabe Estrada Jr. I'm waiting for some confirmation here from race control. So a couple of calls out there. There will be a surface caution out for all that dust that was kicked off by the off and on over by the Riverbend turn. And as much as it was a good illustration of the dust as well, it's a good illustration of how fast that Riverside turn is. We talked about it multiple times, and you see how easy it is to lose control of the car there if you're not really being very careful and cautious and paying attention. There's a pass actually happening right now going back into that Riverside area. I think that's David Varco trying to get around Giorgio Pierangeli, and we might actually see it here on the camera. Those are the two leaders who just went by. Let's see right there, a little bit of shift, and that does look like it is David Varco who's gotten around Giorgio Pierangeli.
Yeah, that red car, definitely Varco, and Pierangeli, though, is not giving up. He was right there on his tailpipe as they went up Phil Hill. We'll see if that sorts itself out here as they come up towards the Star Mazda turn. This would be the exit of Star Mazda that we're seeing here, and the lead down to the S's. There's your leaders, Varco and Jacobs, and they're doing the smart thing. They're just driving. They're working together. They're pulling away every lap. They're a little further away from the second place cars. There's David Varco and Giorgio Perangeli there in third and fourth. Them trying to race and trade spaces is not helping them get back to the leaders, but it is helping the leaders pull away.
Give a good wide gap actually here for Austin Varco. He comes across the line. He's got about 0.6 of a second actually on Evan Jacobs, so spreading out a little bit. David Varco now coming across the line as well, spreading out from Giorgio Perangeli. And then our third sort of pair in the lead, that's Rocco Ruzic, and the very distinctive, I would say, green and white color scheme of Alan Lukart the fourth out there. So Alan Lukart the fourth chasing at the heels of that number 33 car. Rocco Ruzic has had himself a good race so far, has pushed up 3 positions overall, so that's one to keep an eye on. Richard James, by the way, in the Spec MX-5, continuing to climb right there as you just see the leaders coming through the Cotton corner. Some dust kicked up right there on the outside edge. I believe that was Giorgio Perangeli who gifted that to the cars behind him, but you can see again Alan Lukart, Rocco Ruzic come through there as well.
There were our leaders, as we were just talking about. Had the pleasure last night of spending a little time with Austin Varco and his dad. They were in their trailer last night watching the USC-UCLA game, and Austin's got some hopes next year to do some pro racing, so we'll have to keep an eye on his future there. And he is really come into his own. And of course, Austin has autism. And he's doing a lot of outreach and using his racing to raise awareness for autism. And that's also been something he's been really passionate about, and a very cool story there.
Yeah, back in October, I think we mentioned on the broadcast, he had a wonderful charity event.
Yep.
He brought a local, I think, an autistic children's organization out here.
Yep.
They did trick-or-treating. It was a lot of fun. It was really good. And so a great guy and a great driver as well, actually. He's got the whole package working for him. He's still managing to maintain his lead, I believe, over Evan Jacobs. But do not sleep on Evan Jacobs at all whatsoever. Every time we see them come through the straight, you get the feeling that Evan Jacobs is just waiting to pounce. Some sort of jungle cat there lurking on the back end. But David Varco as well, I mean, has done quite well for himself here. Got the edge on Giorgio Perangeli, not giving it up. And there is the pounce, by the way. Evan Jacobs slipped around Austin Varco. So 35 now in the lead as they come down into Sunrise. And the position's turning, but not necessarily the nature of the race. Alan Lukart the fourth coming back hard on the end of Rocco Ruzic. He also was trying to use, I think, Sunrise as an opportunity. He won't get that window as they head back down into through Sunrise and down towards sort of the Cotton corners. Taking a look just a little bit deeper back in the pack, see if there's anything closer worth keeping an eye on there, but everybody's a little spread out right now. Richard James has claimed another place, and we are just hitting the halfway mark here, so with your blessing, Brian, I will go ahead and provide us with a full field rundown here, starting at the top of the order. Current leader, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In second place, Austin Varco. In third, David Varco. In fourth, Giorgio Perangeli. In fifth, Rocco Ruzic. In sixth, Alan Lukart the fourth. In seventh, David Mitchell. In eighth, Richard James. In ninth, Gabe Estrada Jr. In 10th, Angela Swan. In 11th, John Gorman. In 12th, Adam Kaslikowski. And Clement Lee there, unfortunately, will not be racing today after that engine failure on the first practice lap, or the first lap of the race. Sounds like somebody's had to pit out there. I'm going to see if we can get a confirmation. Brian might be able to get a look. It looks like it's going to be Adam Kaslikowski. So he was the last place car. He was not running a particularly good race. He had a very, very long lap 6. So I think nature of the beast meant that he had to come in whether he liked it or not. But we'll see if we can get a confirmation of what exactly happened. Evan Jacobs and Austin Varco, by the way, blazing right past us. Austin Varco, again, he's trying to angle here on the straightaway. So he sort of switched positions and switched strategy as well between the two of them. They're going to start hitting traffic here as well, though. John Gorman is lagging behind, and you'll see on your cameras eventually they'll have to kind of negotiate their way around it. Now, we haven't had a lot of problems with that this weekend, but it is always a bit of a challenge for the drivers who are going so much faster to get around, some of the traffic out there on the track. By the way, David Varco has pulled ahead of Giorgio Pirangielli by about a second. And if you go look at the battle between Rocco Ruzic and Alan Lukehart IV, there's about a second in between the two of them as well. A very fast lap. In fact, David Varco, Giorgio Pirangielli, and Rocco Ruzic all set their fastest lap time of the race so far on that lap number 7. All
right, so I went and got clarification. The good news, the timing and scoring is all set as far as the scoring goes. The clock, though, is not updating properly on Race Hero. So we're not at the halfway point yet, but we're close. So that's why I haven't put my timer up, because I'm not exactly sure what the right time is. But the start stand does know the proper time, and we will wait for word from them. But it all came down to how they came down the pit lane at the start, and everything got all schmuggined.
Happens.
It does. Well, actually, it doesn't, but it did this time.
It did this time. You're right. It was strange. That was a unique opening right there.
Yeah.
Keeping a weather eye on the field, Kaslakowski's still in the pit, so I'm assuming Adam Kaslakowski might be done for the day unless they can make some sort of repair.
Actually, I think that car may have just gone back out. Austin Varco just took the lead again. Back and forth.
And that's tight grouping. You'll see it on your screen how tight the two of them are. Evan Jacobs really trying to keep it side by side right there as they came through. Oh, I might have actually missed something big here. I don't know that Evan Jacobs is still contesting. He's dropped right down in timing. I'm not sure what's happened right there. I'm going to go ahead and say that's a technical error in terms of reading something, because I'm pretty sure we saw 35. But I'll confirm for you as they come across the dog lane here up into the grapevine.
Yeah, when they came across start-finish, it was Austin Varco first, then Evan Jacobs second. So I don't know if it's something has changed since then, but when that was Richard James now, we were talking about coming into our screen right now. You'll see the red car. Well, it's not really easy to see that it's red, but that first car was Richard James.
Yeah, no, that's still Evan Jacobs out there, and Evan Jacobs actually going for a pass, coming down to the dog leg. They'll head right into that Riverside turn. We'll see if you can get it on camera, and you might see Evan Jacobs on your inside edge here. He's going to have made a serious attempt at a pass, and I'm waiting, pounced and ready to go here, watching this camera to see if we can see what happened. And I don't think he did it, Brian. I can't quite tell by the colors right there. We'll have to wait for official confirmation when they come past the line, but I don't think he was able to do it.
Yeah, it's tough to tell sometimes when you've got a navy blue car and a black car. They look a lot alike at the distance,
sure do.
Especially with the way the sun is at this point in time. So let's see if we get a better view coming through here on the camera going into the S's. I did look to me like Evan Jacobs was able to complete the pass before they got to Riverside, but the true test of that will be when they get to the start-finish line. Here they come, and of course, a little breakup. Can't tell there. But I am pretty certain, though, that's the 35 car out front.
Yeah, unfortunate time for us to have a little breakup right there, but that's okay. I mean, we'll get the confirmation. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of the beast out here in Buttonwillow. Lovely racetrack, very cool, easily configurable, occasionally really difficult to figure out who's where and what. Yep. It does look like Evan Jacobs is coming across the line right now. That said, though, Austin Varco going wide down into Sunrise, tried to find the outside edge right there, and a good bit of defensive driving by Evan Jacobs just shifted up to a higher line and held him off. Meanwhile, David Varco basically playing a little bit of blocker game there in between Austin and the rest of that lead pack. So Giorgio Perangielli has rolled way back, and Rocco Ruzic, who was in 5th place overall, maintaining that 5th place position, has pulled well ahead of Alan Lukart IV in their little private affair that they were having.
And it'll be interesting to see if this little tete-a-tete up front is making any benefit to David Varco in 3rd. Last time by, they were 7 seconds back, and usually when the leaders are fighting like that and not working with the draft, that gives the cars behind a chance to kind of catch up a little bit. So we'll take a look when he comes by the next time how far back David Varco is, and see if he's being able to take advantage of any of what they're seeing there when these two drivers up front keep working to try to pass back and forth throughout the race here. There they are, a little wider gap this time as they came through Riverside.
I mean, that's a proper race between the two of them. Like you were saying, there was a little bit of drafting that happened earlier on, but any pretension of the two of them working together, that's been long forfeited, I think, by the two. They are playing to win, both of them at that front side, and they're both competitors, so I don't think that's entirely surprising. Unfortunately, for the looks of it, Alan Lukart IV has fallen pretty far back. I don't think he's actually challenging Rocco Ruzic anymore for that 5th place. We'll get a confirmation when he comes past the line, but I have a feeling he might have slipped behind David Mitchell and Gabe Estrada Jr. there as well, going up into the S's, and that gap has started maybe functionally widen. And you'll see Alan Lukart right there briefly coming into that very distinctive color scheme, and he's getting tailed off there as well. So we'll go back over to our straight camera here, and we'll see, I mean, looking like it just came by. This time it's Austin Varco who moves around in front of Evan Jacobs. The difference in time between them when they cross the line, 0.069 seconds.
You got this. I'm holding a piece of paper. That's
about it.
That's about what you can put between the two of them right there. That is just good, close racing.
They are both hell for leather out there right now, and that's really interesting to see. And I mean, given the timing, they've still got a while to go in this race. So to maintain the intensity, and I mean, I talk about intensity, you'll see them coming up to the grapevine. They're still right on top of one another. There's really been no let up for either driver, and I hope we'll get a chance to see how it develops, because coming down here into the dog leg, Austin Varco again having to defend against Evan Jacobs trying to pass on the Riverside turn.
Yeah, this time Evan Jacobs was not close enough to be able to make the pass, so you'll see him come through here in just a second, and you'll see that Austin Varco still in front of Jacobs as they go up towards Phil Hill, and that's a tough place to try to put a pass on there, so I assume and gosh, I shouldn't assume. We know what that leads to. That they're going to come out of the Star Mazda turn in the same order, but we will look again here as we keep going.
I mean, perhaps there's a little bit of potential for a pass. You come down off the elevation of Phil Hill into the drag strip, maybe you could try and make something happen. But once you get down to the Star Mazda turn and then the sweeper into the S's, that's all pretty locked up.
And they were still Varco first, Jacob second, but there was no space between the two of them here. And also still trying to keep an eye on whether David Varco is being able to take advantage of this situation. We'll know more. Here they come side by side across the line. This time it's going to be Evan Jacobs first, Austin Varco second. Let's see if they complete that pass when they get down to it. It still looks like Evan Jacobs was first. Here's what's amazing, though, is even with all of this jostling back and forth, they're still widening the gap over the third-place car.
Yeah, David Varco, 7, almost 8 seconds now between the two of them. That time, by the way, coming across the line, the timing difference between Evan Jacobs and Austin Varco, 0.038 of a second. So, yikes. I mean, that's so close. And every time we see them come by, it's almost like they're switching. There's been maybe like 1 or 2 consistent rounds in here. Other than that, back and forth, back and forth.
Now a much wider gap for Varco through the dogleg. Won't be any chance to, or I'm sorry, for Evan Jacobs through the dogleg. Won't be a chance for Varco to catch him this time through. And knowing that, I'm going to keep the camera here so we can give everybody a chance to see their favorite driver here. And as they come past here, this Cotton Corners camera. But we will keep an eye on these two cars and catch back up with them when they come across the line here. But we'll get a nice chance for a good lap for everybody here.
Sounds like a bit of trouble out there for Giorgio Pirangielli. The car giving out on the driver. He's had to pull off on one of the turns. They're going to get a tow out there for him as quick as possible because where he's been forced to stop is not a particularly great place. So that kind of removes him from the contention of the chase that he was on after David Varco, which is unfortunate because he was really stuck in there. Meanwhile, Alan Lukart IV has actually continued his fight with Rocco Ruzic, but the gap just a little too wide there for him to really overcome. Not much left in this race now, judging by what I heard on the radio here the last time around.
The white flag is out for our race leaders right now. Evan Jacobs is your leader with 1 lap to go. You'll see them here. It's about a 3-car length lead. So Varco's going to have to get something going here on this final lap. Maybe he was just cooling his tires and giving himself one final chance. But this will be fun to watch here as they come through. About 2.5 miles left in this particular race.
And this is going to be the big fight here at the front. These guys have been battling again for almost 30 minutes now. The two of them back and forth. And unfortunately for Austin Varco, it does look like Evan Jacobs has widened that gap. They're coming up into the grapevine right now, dropping down on that elevation. And this dog leg all race, Evan Jacobs has powered through the dog leg. This has been one of his favorite moments, and he's putting on the gas right now, opening up that gap. You can see Austin Varco also putting on the speed right there to try and catch him. A little puff of smoke from both of them right there as they come down towards the Riverside turn. And still no opening for Austin Varco, and he's simply running out of road, Brian. Unless he can really push up coming near through Phil Hill, I just don't know he's going to be able to do this.
There they are. You see the gap there. It's probably 5-6 car lengths. There's going to have to be some sort of a mistake by Jacobs if there's a chance for Varco to catch him at this point in time. Without a mistake, that gap is going to be too insurmountable for the second-place car. We're going to see him come through the S's here, or at least get to the S's one final time. And then the next time we see those cars, one of them will be your race winner. Here they come out of the Star Mazda turn. The first place car, that is Jacobs, the first car in line. Second place car in line, that is Austin Varco. And then David Varco is in the red car. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, look at the gap back to second place. That's pretty remarkable. Here comes your leaders down towards the line. It looks like it's going to be Evan Jacobs again.
No, it's close.
Oh, no, here it comes. Let's see what happens here at the line. Oh, wow. Austin Varco is going to be your race winner. I'm not sure what happened to Jacobs there. He must have had a problem coming through the final turn. Maybe got a little bit loose and lost some momentum, but what a great finish.
Spectacular. Austin Varco at the very last second coming down that main straight just came in on the other side. I'm not sure who actually won that. From our angle, it looked like Austin Varco was over the line.
Yeah, it does. And if you look at timing and scoring, it's .091 seconds between first and second.
Wow.
Varco first, Jacobs second, and what a finish. And I got to tell you, when they came out of the Star Mazda turn, went through the S's, I didn't think they were nearly close enough. So my guess is that there was some sort of maybe locked up the brakes a little bit going into the final corner. Whatever the case may be, Austin Varco was able to come through, take the race win. Let's go through the full field rundown here for our third race today, the final race of 2022 for the Spec Miatas.
Your race winner and the winner for the Spec Miatas here. Number 2, Austin Varco. In second place, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In third place, number 98, David Varco. In fourth, number 33, Rocco Ruzik. In fifth, Alan Lukehart the fourth. In sixth, David Mitchell. Seventh, Gabe Estrada Jr. Eighth, John Gorman. Ninth, Adam Kaslikowski. Actually, a little bit change in the order, so I'm going to go back up. Seventh, Gabe Estrada Jr. Eighth, Angela Swan. Ninth, John Gorman. 10th, Adam Kaslikowski. Giorgio Perangielli, unfortunately, DNF. And then below him, Richard James, number 191. That Spec MX5. No big race for him today. Also a DNF.
But I think Richard James got enough laps in that he'll probably be considered a finisher.
Well, they'll both be finishers.
But,
yeah.
and since he didn't have any other drivers in his class, he'll be actually the race winner. So for that particular class. So what a great finish. That's going to do it here for this race. We'll be still back in about 5 minutes. We'll get started with our final race of the day. And we really appreciate everybody watching these. This has been the Cal Club Divisional Races live stream brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. You can get all your racing brakes from porterfield-brakes.com. We'll be right back. And it is the final race of 2022. On the final race weekend of 2022. Brian Belansky here. Tristan Parker with you to bring you the final race here for Cal Club on the Cal Club live stream, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. This is our final race of the weekend. It is our big bore sedan race, GT cars, and some touring cars, a whole bunch of good stuff. Let's get through our starting rundown. Tristan, give it to us.
All right, well, here's your grid. Starting from the back in ninth, number 49, Paul Gasson from Fallbrook, California. Alongside him, number 18, Bobby Bayer from Silverado, California. In seventh, number 21, Jack McKecham from Santa Monica, California. Alongside him, number 33, Philip Clark from Oceanside, California. In fifth, number 83, Carl Yonk from Cardiff by the Sea, California. In fourth, number 52, Famous Dale Schumacher from Henderson, Nevada. In third, number 191, Richard James from Trabuco Canyon, California. In second, number 23, Joshua Pitt from Fellows, California. And then in the lead, starting it off, number 9, Bob Blizzard from Poway, California.
An open letter to the drivers in this group: do not follow the pace car into the pit lane, even if the pole sitter does so. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to the start of the previous race and you will understand. There is your field heading through Riverside behind the pace car. So we're about a half a lap away from getting this thing underway. This will be our final race of the year. I'm a little nostalgic getting this whole season wrapped up. I also have a lot to look forward to next year with the live stream and another great year of racing here.
A lot to look forward to for sure, no doubt about it. Lights are out on the pace car here as we get ready to go. A bunch of different classes reflected in this race, a very varied group. Our biggest field out there is the STLs. So that's Richard James, Carl Yonk, and Jack McKecham, who yesterday were racing with the Spec Miatas over in Group 3. They have now swapped over to this Group 4 today and fleshed out the field a little bit.
So here's a perfect example of the Richard James car. That was in the race before us. So he literally drove through Tech, hit the scales, and then hustled on down to the grid.
That's why he came out early.
Oh, that's why he didn't finish early. That's exactly what happened.
Technical thing, but no, he did his bit, and then he got off so he could get ready for race number 2.
There you go. See? Oh, now it all makes sense.
Sure does.
All right, here's your main straight camera. We'll be getting our race started here just a second. Pace car is in pit lane. It does not look at the field, followed it in. Good stuff there. Waiting to see if the field is lined up well enough for our starter to throw the green flag, and he has. And our race is underway. You'll see them coming into your view as they head down towards the first corner. Bob Blizzard, your race leader, followed by Joshua Pitt, and then a whole menagerie of cars.
Yeah, all those Mazdas relatively stacked up with one another right there as we saw them come by, and a little bit of jostling going on. I don't necessarily expect this to be a massive race per se, but Famous Dale Schumacher right there, Carl Yonk, Philip Clark, Jack McKecham, they're all relatively close to each other in terms of qualifying time, so we might actually see a little bit of back and forth from that group. But yesterday when this was raced, it did sort of settle itself out a little bit, but we didn't have those STL cars out there, and they do provide, I think, a bit of a difference from the general tone of this. That, of course, is going to do nothing to slow down Bob Blizzard, who is already blazing a trail to glory. Joshua Pitt right behind him as well on that same trail. And then, interestingly enough, it's Carl Yonk in that 1982 Mazda RX-7, the oldest car out on the field by a country mile, who is leading the group of STL cars.
And there you see the big lead that Bob Blizzard already has. Joshua Pitt's trying to keep up, but that's proving to be difficult in the white car. Now you got the rest of that field coming through. That again is our trip up towards Phil Hill. A little different camera angle today. This is also the camera that at sunset last night. If you watched yesterday's stream, we some mood lighting. You know,
real dark.
I was waiting for the whole thing to. Oh, Bob Blizzard's so fast I missed him coming to the S's. That was Joshua Pitt. And then here comes Richard James, the third-place car, probably first overall in STL.
Yeah, Richard James is definitely first overall in the STLs. And one of these cars, at least, was out there last night in the Enduro. Carl Yonk was competing, I think, as a solo driver. He didn't swap, so he did 2 hours last night on the course. And he had a very sort of just consistent race. He just ran his race in the Enduro, finished, I think, 4th or 5th, middle of the pack.
And a big puff of dust there off in the Sunset area. I don't know who that was.
I think it was Philip Clark in that Subaru BRZ, the
Okay.
2013. He might have just done a little bit of an off and on. Dustier today than it was yesterday, I would say.
Right.
Some of these clouds that have been kicked up have really been pretty dramatic. And if you were watching our last race, our Spec Miata's race, you would have seen there was one really impressive moment there with a fair bit of dust kicked up all over the track.
There's Richard James kind of driving away from the rest of that. He's the STU is behind him, but he had a 4.5 second lead across the line last time. It does appear that is getting to be a bit wider. This can be one of those classes. There's a side-by-side battle. They're going up towards Cotton Corners. This can be one of those races, I think, Tristan, where we're going to follow a different group of drivers in the actual overall leader here, because Bob Blizzard is really fast in an SP car and kind of not making it terribly interesting. So this battle for an STL STU is going to be the best battle out there today. So we'll probably keep an eye on that a little bit closer.
Yeah, if you want an idea of how fast Bob Blizzard is going vis-a-vis his competition, his first lap, I should say, was a 155.659. Joshua Pitt, same class of car, and he's just come wailing by again, actually made a 153.9 on that last one. Joshua Pitt, whose time we're going to get in just a second here as he comes across the line, is a good 11 seconds behind Bob Blizzard. So there's not going to be much of a catch-up game, I don't think, from Joshua Pitt. Bob Blizzard just roaring into the start here. And so we're probably going to be talking a little bit more about Richard James, Dale Shoemaker, Carl Yonk. That's the group that maybe is a little bit more thrilling, though. If it's anything like yesterday here as Richard James comes across the line, they'll all just sort of settle into their rhythm and have a nice Sunday afternoon drive basically here at the tail end of it, though. Carl Yonk and Jack McKechum, little life there in that too. You can kind of see Jack McKechum sneaking up on the backside of Carl Yonk, and Dale Shoemaker's in as well in that mix, but they are both STLs, Carl Yonk and Jack McKechum, so the temptation to be competitive, that fully exists between those two cars.
No question. No question. We're 25 minutes to go, 5 minutes into this race, and yeah, a lot more action than I was expecting considering the low car count here. But that happens on occasion, and there's still some good stuff a little further back.
On your Cotton Corners camera, you would have seen Carl Yonk and Jack McKechum. They were relatively close. I think you'll get another look at them here as they come up through Riverside and down towards Phil Hill. And that'll be not either of them. I believe you just saw Richard James come through right there. That number 91 car. Bob Blizzard has just come across the finish line. There is Carl Yonk, and right behind him, biting at his heels, is Jack McKechum. So not giving him a lot of room there. They'll head up into the elevation of Phil Hill. Still a decent distance between the two of them, but one that I think Jack McKechum is eager to close at every available opportunity.
Yeah, no question. In this last race of the year, you want to come off with a good result. So Jack McKechum is going to really get on it here and try to catch up to Yonk and Richard James. Although I think that STL car of Richard James is going to be the class of the field in this particular case today. He is just pulling away there.
Yeah, we mentioned him, when we were talking about our Spec Miata group. He had a very good race. He had a great race yesterday amongst those Spec Miatas. Climbed a lot in terms of positioning. So a very talented driver and a fast car out there as well. Speaking of fast cars, across the line now, the two that we've been talking about the most so far here today, it's Jack McKechum, who's finally found his way around Carl Yonk. The gap between them now, 0.42 of a second. Carl Yonk obviously driving a much older car. He's in the 1982 Mazda RX-7, and I want to say that Jack McKechum is sitting in a 2001 Acura Integra, so a bit of a different beast right there.
And that is the fun with these classes, is that you're getting lots of different makes, lots of different cars, and the nice part about the spec classes is that it's nice close racing. All the cars are essentially the same. And on the flip side, the nice part about the non-spec classes is that we get this wide variety of machinery out here. And sometimes you see stuff that you just don't get to see on a regular basis. That's also kind of cool. And, and you can also kind of look to pick a car if you want to pick a car for a specific class. You can go back through the scoring sheets over the years and figure out, okay, this car seems to be pretty stout for this class, and they get right into it. I'm going to give you a shot here real quick. See if Bob Blizzard is our race leader now coming through your screen. Blizzard still making fast laps here, although his last lap was a 2:11 versus the 1:53, so he must have had some sort of an issue. I do see a huge puff of dust.
That was Bob Blizzard.
That might be why he had a slower lap. That'll get your attention.
I think that he had a bit of a
moment,
big turn there on Sunset. Let's just call it that. Big turn.
Yeah.
And kicked up that cloud of dust. I can't confirm it, and I heard a call over the radio, but I couldn't quite make it out. But I think that's what might have happened right there. Obviously, though, he's got such a substantial lead that I don't think it's going to make a huge difference for how the course of this race goes. I mean, it's given Joshua Pitt the opportunity to get a little bit closer, but not so close as to be a distinct threat here as the rest of the STLs and STUs and what have you cross the line. And a fast lap for a lot of these cars, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the racers on the field, make it, I think, 6 have set their fastest lap on that last lap. So to give you an idea, Richard James, Jack McKechum, Carl Yonk, Dale Shoemaker, Philip Clark, Norm Benson, and Bobby Byer all had their fastest lap of the race so far on lap number 4. So they're beginning to feel themselves a little bit. The tires are warmed up. They're getting into the rhythm, the flow that we talked about with about 20-ish minutes left in the race. They're all starting to reach peak efficiency out there on the track.
Peak efficiency, that's what I think about myself. I'm peak efficiency.
Me too.
You think about me as peak efficiency, or you think about yourself as peak efficiency?
Everybody, why not?
I love
running at peak efficiency.
I love it.
We're running. That's what matters.
We're doing something, aren't we? We're doing something.
Bob Blizzard maintaining his 5-second lead now over Joshua Pitt. Saw him come by. They're hitting traffic, obviously, out there on the course, but nothing that they can't deal with.
Next in your screen here, we should be seeing Richard James, your STL race leader at the moment. And here we go. Maybe.
Not quite there just yet, but yes, like you said, he is foreshowing. There
he is. And that's what a 45-second lead looks like between the second-place car and the third-place car. Different classes, but that's a 45-second gap. So at some point, if it hasn't already happened, Bob Blizzard is going to start lapping the back part of this field.
He already has.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he came by Bobby Byer just now as they were passing down the straight. So that's a thing.
It is a thing
that they're going to have to navigate around, but our flaggers are pretty competent. They haven't had a ton of problems with stuff like that, so nothing to worry about in that regard.
Yeah, this is a blue flagger's dream. When you've got a car that fast, you get a chance to use a lot of blue flags. So.
The gap has widened, by the way, between Jack McKechum and Carl Yonk. Carl Yonk in that older car, beautiful car, just not able to keep pace with its younger classmate there. So 3-second gap opening up between the two of them now. Dale Schumacher has dropped back 2 places here. Shoemaker is just behind Carl Yonk. Well, not just behind. He's a ways behind, but he's still sort of hanging on there in 6th overall. Then, of course, you have Philip Clark, that number 33 car, who's dropped a little bit as well. Best race so far in terms of positions moved. That award goes to Jack McEacham, who has risen 3 spots from his starting position to sit comfortably in 4th and 2nd among the STLs. And there you go. You get a good look at it on the map. And I was talking about them heating up, by the way. You can see how many of them set their best lap time on lap number 5.
Absolutely. And I think this is a situation this weekend which is kind of unusual with our chilly temperatures. The tires may be taking 5 or 6 laps to come in and get temperature into them, and that's maybe why. 'Cause I think we've seen late fast laps in a lot of races yesterday and today, so that could very well be what the situation is.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, it was very cold here this morning. You said it was 28 when you were putting up the cameras. When I came in to join you in the booth, and that was around 7:30. I want to say it was 36, maybe a little bit lower than that outside. So quite cold. And, the garages are affected by that. The cars are affected by that. And it all kind of adds up to a picture where the cars have to get a little bit of time out there. Now, they had qualifying this morning, but after qualifying, they did just have to go back and sit. Now, it's heating up out here. It's heated up relatively well, actually, for Buttonwillow. I think it's in the 60s now. I'll give you a double check on that. It's 64, but it's been a long, kind of cold day for these cars. Round they come again. Bob Blizzard really putting on the work. Slow lap, though, for Bob Blizzard. 157.280 on the last lap. His competitor, Joshua Pitt, that number 23 car, actually setting the fastest time of the race so far at 153.103, is only a second behind Bob Blizzard. So that big lead that Bob Blizzard had has slowly but surely been squandered here on a lot of these turns. And I don't know if that's necessarily because traffic or what it is, but as they come up to the Grapevine, you'll actually be getting to see, probably as they come to the Riverside turn, that Joshua Pitt is looking to unseat Bob Blizzard. So this is actually, I would call, genuinely surprising, Brian, because Bob Blizzard looked way gone from everybody else, especially on those early laps. He really let her rip, and now he's being chased almost on the tail. Is Joshua Pitt.
Well, I will tell you, though, something kind of similar happened yesterday. Bob Blizzard walked away early, and he ended up dropping out and finishing 7th, and Joshua Pitt was able to come up and take the lead. So, maybe it's one of those wash, rinse, repeat situations. And we are now at the halfway point, so let's go through one more time and do another full field rundown here. At the halfway point, Bob Blizzard, your race leader again. That gap to second is shortened up a bit. Josh Pitt second. Richard James is third. Jack McEachern fourth. Carl Yonk is fifth. Dale Shoemaker sixth. Your 7th place car is Norm Benson, followed by Philip Clark and Robbie Byer. And then right there, pulling up the backside, as you like to say, or the back end, or however I think maybe we should just say coming in last at the moment is Paul Gasson.
Probably the least likely to get you
euphemismed out of YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know if they go for euphemisms, but they might over there. Let's not risk the YouTube god's wrath. Bob Blizzard still maintaining his lead over Joshua Pitt. It's not a completely foregone conclusion yet, though. Bob Blizzard definitely not running, I think, the race that he was hoping for here over the last couple of laps. In fact, never mind. Looking at it now, I think Joshua Pitt might have made a bit of a mistake, because I don't think I've seen him necessarily come across the line.
Yeah, it does not show that he has crossed the line, so we'll see if we can. I'm doing a little camera flip here. I don't see him anywhere, but we only have coverage on a portion of the racetrack. If you want to change that, by the way, how about that for a segue? More cameras means more, or sponsors means more cameras, and we have opportunities to do that if you want to be part of our racing live streams here, you get in contact with me, raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. Porterfield Brakes has jumped on board to help us out, and we really appreciate what they've done. They are a big help to us. So if you want to, if you need brakes for your car or for your race car and anything else that has to do with brakes and some other stuff too, they don't just do brakes. Go to porterfield-brakes.com. But you too could be a sponsor here on our live stream. If you want to do that, like I said, get a hold of me at raceannouncerbrian@gmail. 12 minutes and 50 seconds or so left. Our clock at the top is not official race time, but I do try real hard to get it close. So, and I just heard the halfway point came up right about when we were at 15 minutes. I think the clock's pretty close to being spot on.
It's been pretty good all weekend, so it's not missed its mark very often, all things considered here. No real big points battles at hand, by the way. We've talked about points all day long and who's where in terms of season positioning. Don't think we're going to see anything massive out of these. Looks like Joshua Pitt might have actually had a significant problem. Not anything, bad per se, but he isn't able to keep racing right now. He's dropping in positioning here in our standings as well. So somewhere down the line.
Well, and I just heard race control call for a warning black flag against Bob Blizzard. So I'm wondering if he and Josh Pitt had a little coming together, and that may be what led to whatever has happened with the 23 car. I'm not certain, but I'm just kind of trying to put two and two together here. Or it may have nothing to do with that. But but we're going to get a warning black flag to the 9 car for some kind of an infraction of some sort. For those who aren't familiar with how we do things, the warning black flag is just that. It lets the driver know that the race control has observed them doing something that they would rather him not do. And don't do it again, or else that warning black flag could become a full black flag, and nobody wants that.
That's when you get boarded by pirates.
Exactly. Exactly.
They hoist the black flag, and before you know it, it's all R's and mateys.
That's right.
As far as the eye can see. I do kind of wonder what happened right there. Something's happened to Joshua Pitt, so that's its regard. Whatever's happened, he's not in the race right now, and that's where he'll stay in the black box if we don't actually know what's really gone on, and he will remain there until we do. That means Richard James has moved up to second overall, leading the STLs, but he's far, far behind Bob Blizzard. The same, though, could be said of Jack McKecham, who is far, far behind Richard James, about 18 seconds, almost actually 19 seconds behind. Carl Yonk and Dale Shoemaker, they're making up the backside right there. Carl Yonk is chasing the heels of McKecham, but at a fair distance, an almost 7-second gap between the two of them. So really, everybody in this race has just settled into a comfy, nice way to go.
With about 10 minutes left in our race season, I want to take an opportunity to thank a bunch of people out here at Cal Club. We have a bunch of fantastic volunteer race workers who come out here 10, 12 times a year so we can go racing. And they are our corner workers. They are our pit and grid folks, our technical inspectors, our race stewards, our timing and scoring folks, our helpers with our message box. I don't know. I'm sure I have forgotten someone, and they'll come and get me. Oh, our pace car driver. Lots of people needed to get this stuff come together for a year and a season of racing. All of them have come together all year long to put on a great show here for folks. Of course, Tristan coming up here and helping me with the broadcasting this year. I can't thank you enough.
Happy to be here.
And I really, really want to just give everybody some love. Timing and scoring. Did I mention timing and scoring?
I was going to say it's timing and scoring, race control.
Yep.
The people who maintain the track, everybody there.
Emergency services. I forgot about emergency services. They were so good earlier today that they were able to clear a car without even touching the car.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awesome.
Very efficient.
Very efficient. But it takes a lot of families. They say it takes a village to put together one of these races, and we do it every year multiple times. And also, just a really good time. And of course, our drivers and crews, they come out here to race.
Yep.
We'd have nothing to do if they didn't come out, and they wouldn't be able to come out to play without the volunteers. So it all works really well together. So
should say, if you're interested in being part of all of this, you want to come down to Buttonwillow, you want to volunteer, you want to get involved in auto racing, you want to bring your car along, maybe you want to participate in one of our many fine track events we have out here where you can take your sort of street car out on the track and get some racing in. All that available to you if you just go to the Cal Club website or through the SCCA. You go to calclub.com and find plenty of information about the club, what we do, joining the organization if that's something that's interesting you. We have a wide variety of races to offer this weekend. Actually, right now, if I remember correctly, there is a rallycross event taking place in Antelope Valley under the auspices of Cal Club, so it's not all just out here at Buttonwillow. Lots and lots to get involved in and lots to enjoy here if that's something that you're interested in. We are always in the market for new volunteers, so do keep that in mind. I just started coming out here this year. It's been a wonderful experience working with you, Brian, and seeing all these races firsthand, and just really genuinely a very enjoyable opportunity. So highly recommend it.
And that's what I like to hear because, we all do it. We have lots of friends, and it's a lot about coming out and being with your buddies and your friends.
All volunteer, too.
That's right.
Everybody out here, everybody that you mentioned, or most of the people you mentioned, they're all volunteers. They're working really hard for free on their weekends to make sure that this is enjoyable for everyone.
All right. 7.5 minutes left. That was Bob Blizzard. You saw it just go through your street, not going too quickly. Just not as quickly as he has been.
He's been told off. He definitely, black warning flag was shown. It was received. So he's been given the very naughty boy sign out there.
Hopefully he doesn't think that's an actual black flag and he has to come in. That does happen before on occasion. So we'll see how that works out.
Don't think that's what's gone down. Can't actually confirm for sure one way or another, but I think he's just in the race to go for it. About 6-ish minutes left here. That'll actually do it here for us today at Buttonwillow when we're done. We have a track event coming up after this, but obviously nothing for you or I to do during that. Just want to add as well, racing will return, right? There's going to be a break for Christmas, the December season. There won't be any race, but in January, we will have another Cal Club race ready to go out here at Buttonwillow. And then big news in the offing out there as well. Within the next year, hopefully, we will have our first Cal Club SCCA race out at the new track here at Buttonwillow, which is going to be really exciting. They're working on it every time we come out here. It looks bigger and better. They've got a track map now ready to go, and you can get a really good idea. Just checking the 2023 calendar. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, definitely. Our first race of the year will be right back out here at Buttonwillow U.S. Majors Tour. That is on January 14th and 15th. Then the Hoosier Tires Super Tour comes back to Southern California, their annual stop out here on February 24th through the 26th. And then we're hoping that when we come back racing in October, that will be potentially one of our first races on the new circuit at Buttonwillow, and that should be a whole ton of fun. So
that'll be awesome. Yeah, something to look forward to. And we may or may not have live coverage of the event in January. We're still trying to work out exactly how it's going to work. But for all those other ones, as much as we are able, we will be here providing your live call of all these racing events. We've got all our cameras worked up and ready to go. And Brian is constantly improving out here. So
we're trying. We're trying.
And it looks great. It looks great. And it's fun to watch. And speaking of watching, you'll see, I believe that might be that'll be number 81 or 191 there. I think that was Richard James you just saw coming across your screen. He's had himself a very nice race indeed, just maintaining his positioning and going along. Jack McKecham, again, climbed 4 spots here, but I want to give a little bit of credit as well to Norm Benson, the T2 car out there, and he did not make it into our starting call because we weren't exactly sure what he was about, but we now know that he is racing. He is number 43. He's a T2 car, the only T2 car. He's in a 2012 Ford Mustang GT, and he's putting in a good performance here today because he has climbed a whole 4 spots here over Philip Clark, Bobby Beyer, and Paul Gasson, so the sort of back half of the field.
And we are winding down the 2023 season here, 2022 season. And this is our final race of the weekend here. Final race of 2022. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So next time by, we might get the white flag.
Sounds like it. Next
Yep.
time by, we will be getting our white flag. That'll put us on our final lap of the year. That's very exciting. It'll be Bob Blizzard who walks it in for the overall win. I would say that the STLs are still kind of competitive. They're not much, but their order is relatively set right here. Richard James, Jack McCackham, Carl Yonk. Carl Yonk had a bit of an off and on a lap or two ago, so that has unfortunately set him back just a little bit. He was at one time leading this group until Jack McCackham took over. I should say leading. He was leading the second portion of it. Richard James has maintained his advanced position throughout here today. A bunch of cars coming over the line right now. Famous Dale right there. Carl Yonk, Norm Benson. As they just continue on their way, you'll all see them flashing by there in your camera down by pit lane looking towards the main straight.
That gaggle of cars that we just saw coming across the front straight, you'll see them coming into your view here. There is that lead, or that pack that we were just talking about. Looks like the white flag is about to be displayed to Bob Blizzard. Here's your white flag. Bob Blizzard coming down, taking it for the final lap. 3 miles till the end of the 2022 racing season out here at Buttonwillow. Bob Blizzard's just going to try to bring it home without any issues. He does have a 1.5 lap lead over the second place car, so I think even if he fell out now, he'd still be your race winner.
Yes, just based on timing alone,
Yep.
That is a accurate assessment right there, because Richard James has been putting in about 2:12. A fast lap was 2:10. His latest lap was 2:11. So he's been hitting that general area. Nothing compared to Bob Blizzard's 1:53 that we saw a little bit earlier. So a lot of speed being displayed right there. The other two STL cars are running in a similar area to Jack McCackham, though the gap between them is significantly wider. And you will be seeing in the Cotton Corner sort of the second half of this race. Bob Blizzard already coming down through the Riverside turn on his merry way towards the Star Mazda and the drag strip and Phil Hill and all that good stuff. And there he is, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's that number 9 powering his way up the elevation of Phil Hill.
And it'll be his last time through Phil Hill. He's got to make it through Star Mazda, the S's, and Sunset one more time.
We'll drop down to the S's here and take a look. Watch him come by. Little choppy right there. That is not the number 9 car of Bob Blizzard. I think this is the number 9 car of Bob Blizzard. Going so fast right there. You can barely catch him on the camera. He's hitting the speed force at that one, but he'll be coming up into Sunset shortly and then finishing off the race.
Checkered flag is out. Chuck Phillips waving it for the final time here in 2022, and your race winner is Bob Blizzard. All right, let's do it one final time. You have the honors, my friend.
Thank you so much. Here, your final full field rundown of the season of the year here for Cal Club Racing at Buttonwillow. In first place, your overall winner, number 9, Bob Blizzard. In second, your overall winner for the STLs, number 191, Richard James. In third, number 21, Jack McCackham. In fourth, number 52, Dale Shoemaker, a.k.a. Famous Dale. In fifth, number 83, Carl Yonk. In sixth, number 43, Norm Benson. In seventh, number 33, Philip Clark. In eighth, number 18, Bobby Byer. And in ninth, number 49, Paul Gasson. Finally, down in 10th, number 23, Joshua Pitt, who had to pull out early, but I believe did complete the race.
There you go. that is our final full field rundown of 2023, 2022. I've already gone to next year.
Getting excited, already eager.
Anyway, one final time, a big thank you to everybody out here, all of our drivers and crews and our workers for a really exciting, a safe 2022. That's most important. And we all look forward to coming back out in January and starting it all over again next year. We hope you'll join us for more of our live streams and all of the coverage that we do throughout the year. You can always check it out if you like and subscribe to the Racing Network. You won't miss any of the action, and it would help us out a ton if you would do that. We really appreciate it. Tristan, thank you. It was been
my pleasure. Thank you so much.
You have been the find of 2022 to come up here.
To say. Thank you so much.
And I'm thankful to Brian Schubert for twisting your arm to come up and play. And I knew when he told me I got a guy who might come up here, I said all you gotta do is get him up here once, and I will hook him.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I love it. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me, Brian. It's been a joy of a time up here at Buttonwillow.
All right, before I need a tissue, I'm going to say goodbye. That's going to be the end of 2022. He's Tristan Parker. I'm Brian Polanski on behalf of everybody at the California Sports Car Club and, of course, our presenting sponsor, Porterfield Brakes, porterfield-brakes.com. Thank you all. Have a great holiday season, and we'll see you in January.